Lebanese people need to be able to return to their homes. These are their homes. It is a humanitarian disaster that so many people have been displaced from their homes. I have raised this issue directly with the Israeli government, and we have made continued representations and raised this in international forums as well. We also raised it with the US, who have been hosting the talks between Israel and Lebanon. It is hugely important that those talks progress, that the ceasefire is maintained, and Lebanese people can return home.
Sir Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Tamworth are already paying the price for the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, with fuel costs soaring. My logistics sector are also facing the brunt of these fuel costs, which ultimately will get passed on to consumers. And whilst I welcome the Prime Minister's refusal to drag Britain into the United States' reckless war, what steps is the Minister taking to secure the reopening of the Strait and to bring down costs for my constituents in Tamworth and for the United Kingdom?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend is right, because we did not get involved in the start of this conflict, but we will work to bring it to a close and do everything we can to get the Strait reopened, because this is affecting the cost of living back at home in her constituency and across the country and across the world. No country should be able to hijack international shipping lanes or hold the global economy hostage. That is why we have held repeated summits and meetings on the reopening of the Straits, and why we will continue to argue across the world for no tolls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While energy giants and Wall Street banks cash in on the war, ordinary people pay the price. In the first month of the US-led war with Iran alone, the world's 100 largest oil and gas companies made more than $30 million an hour in unearned profit. What discussions has the Minister had with the Chancellor regarding the merits of introducing windfall taxes to directly fund a cost of living support package, making life more affordable for people and businesses across the UK?
Well, I can tell my honourable friend that the Chancellor is making a statement later this afternoon, because she has been focusing particularly on the issues around the cost of living and the importance of supporting people and businesses across this country during this global crisis. I would also say to him the other concern I have is that Russia is seeking to benefit from this war and from this conflict. That is yet another reason why we need to get the Strait open as rapidly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given President Trump's latest threats to destroy bridges and power plants, attacks that would be against international law, has the Foreign Secretary made representation to her US counterpart that threatening war crimes is not the way to achieve peace or to open the Strait? But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, if Trump does start to attack civilian infrastructure, will she withdraw US access to British bases?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, we have been clear from the start about the way in which the UK bases could only be used for defensive operations, not for offensive operations. There is currently a ceasefire in place, although that only runs until Thursday. It's why we badly need it extended. But I can also tell him that we raised, as part of the G7 discussions, which included the US, the importance of not attacking any civilian infrastructure. That was included in the agreed communiqué by the G7 and reflects the importance we attach to those issues.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the Foreign Secretary made any assessment of what impact the conflict is having on the situation in Yemen and the horrendous humanitarian situation there? And does she believe that in discussions to end the conflict, given Iran's continued support for the Houthis, that there would be some opportunity to make a positive impact on that conflict?
Secretary.
Well, I can tell my honourable friend, the Minister for the Middle East, has met the Yemeni Prime Minister in recent days, exactly to engage with them and express our support to ensure that they can address humanitarian issues. There is obviously a particular issue around Yemen, where there are Iranian proxies that have been mobilised in the past, and it is important that that does not happen now. It's also another example of one of so many countries where vulnerable and low-income countries and conflict-affected countries are being the most heavily affected by the restrictions on the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary's push for consensus is to be welcomed, and hopefully the Straits of Hormuz will be open shortly. And hopefully that will lead to short and medium-term progress. But in the longer term, would the Foreign Secretary agree with me that the lasting peace in the Middle East is more easily secured if we can take action against neighbouring states and elements within those states that threaten the absolute annihilation of the State of Israel?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, Israel's security needs to be protected. So does the security of Gulf countries that have been attacked as part of this conflict, and we need security right across the region. I would say to him, he says, we hope the Strait will still be open, soon be open. We have proposed that as an immediate confidence-building measure, the Iranians should agree to the IMO's proposal to start moving the stranded ships and the stranded seafarers. They could get on with that right now, even while the negotiations are continuing. Get those ships moving, get those seafarers home. It's what the IMO has proposed, and we have been building international support to pursue that as an immediate step.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The difficulties of ships passing through the Strait is leading to fears across all sectors and supply chains, including food production, and therefore the price of food is at risk as well as oil. Increasingly offensive and bizarre social media posts by President Trump are bound to be making diplomatic efforts more difficult and makes us worry whether anything he says can be taken seriously. So what steps is she taking to ensure that all parties are coming to the table in good faith?
Well,
I met with the Pakistan Foreign Minister in the last few days. You'll know that Pakistan is obviously leading the mediation work as part of this. I have also spoken frequently to the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and we have been engaging with a whole series of countries. Even over the last few days, I have met with more than a dozen foreign ministers and counterparts to ensure that everyone is pressing the same messages as part of this process. We need the ceasefire extended, we need a swift resolution, but we must have the Strait opened, and we must have no tolls. Proposals around tolls have been circulating. That would be deeply damaging, and it would go against the law of the sea.
Lebanon's humanitarian flash funds secured less than a third of the money that was actually required. 20% of the Lebanese population is currently displaced. 40,000 housing units have been destroyed. Lebanon is on the brink of economic collapse and social tensions are rising. So I thank the Foreign Secretary for the humanitarian support sent to date, including cash transfers, but I ask her to do more. Press for a real ceasefire, provide practical support to Lebanon's armed forces, help the state tackle negative influences trying to undermine its sovereignty, and finally, vigorously oppose the illegal expansion of Israel's buffer zone in South Lebanon.
Well, I can tell my honourable friend that the Middle East Minister was in Beirut at the end of last week, pressing exactly these points, engaging with the Lebanese Prime Minister. We see there's the urgency of the ceasefire, the need to work and support the work of the Lebanese armed forces and the Lebanese government, and it's why we have also provided £30 million of humanitarian support since the beginning of this crisis, directly for Lebanon. I believe that makes us one of the biggest donors now to provide support for Lebanon, but we must continue to do so.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that a huge proportion of the global fertiliser market works its way through the Strait. That's obviously going to impact on food security and food prices in this country. It can also be devastating, causing famine in many countries in Africa and Asia. We are aware, University of Minnesota research shows that 762,000 people have died as a direct result of the US aid cut since January last year. Undoubtedly, some will have died because of our decision to cut our aid budget too. Is this the moment to do the right thing and increase our spending on international aid and to protect people from the calamity of famine?
Well, he will know, the honourable member will know from the statement that we made, we have focused our support particularly on the fragile and conflict-affected states. We are also working, including with the World Bank, to monitor those states that are most heavily affected by things like the fertiliser shortages, by things like food supplies and oil supplies as well, which is having a huge amount of impact. Mr. Speaker, just to correct the point that I made about the 30 million being from the beginning of the crisis, as I understand it, 30 million is since the beginning of this year, 20 million is since the beginning of the crisis, the additional funding that we have provided for Lebanon, but that is part of Lebanon being one of the countries that we have ensured we are protecting to continue to invest and provide humanitarian support.
Davidson.
Number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I've said many times in this House, Diego Garcia is a key strategic military asset for both the United Kingdom, the United States and our allies, and ensuring its long-term operational security is and will continue to be our priority. We remain confident that the UK-Mauritius Treaty is the best way to defend the future of the base. We're obviously disappointed with the delay, which I set out the other day, but we'll continue to work with the United States and Mauritius on the way forward.
Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chagos are even further from my constituency than they are from Mauritius, which is saying something. But it's having a significant local impact because Hillingdon Council is now caring for hundreds of Chagosians fleeing to this country through Heathrow Airport to escape the consequences of the government's proposed deal, which is placing huge financial pressure on my local authority. So will he undertake to cancel this proposed UK-Mauritius treaty to bring certainty for the future of the base and to ensure that my constituents do not continue to bear the consequences of those forced to flee the government's actions?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for the honourable gentleman, but I have to simply disagree with the premise of what he says. Of course, Chagosians who have been coming to this country are coming because of the agreements made under the previous government for them to acquire British citizenship, which entitles them to come here. Support has been provided to councils. I've worked closely with the MHCLG on this issue, and if he has any further concerns or requests to make, he should, of course, do that through the usual channels.
Andrew Snowden, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, this feeble government limped to this House to announce that its shameful Chagos surrender bill was being ditched, a diplomatic failure entirely owned by this Labour government. Our friends and allies alike around the world were left bemused by the deal that this government came up with. And this week, this government has sent a team of officials to Mauritius. So can the Minister make it clear that that team have been told unequivocally to tell the Mauritius government that the deal is dead, the UK will be sending no money to the Mauritius government, and that the Chagos Islands will be remaining British?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with the exception of when I broke my ankle before Christmas, I have never limped to this House on any occasion. And I came here with confidence to set out the reasons why this treaty was needed for our national security. Our officials engage regularly with not only Mauritius but the United States and other partners. And of course, this deal was welcomed by our allies, including our Five Eyes partners. So I simply don't accept what he said at all.
Good fortune.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appeared yesterday before the Foreign Affairs Committee. I know the Chair is in the House after the Chief Minister of Gibraltar to set out the process and engage in the very important scrutiny that this House provides on this matter. We are all committed to fully implementing and ratifying the treaty as soon as possible to realise its benefits for the people of Gibraltar. There's obviously a complex process. However, my understanding is that provisional application of the treaty will be possible from the 15th of July, which will secure the key benefits of the treaty for the people of Gibraltar, including the fluid border, allowing businesses and working people more certainty and prosperity.
Fortune.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd ask the House to note my relatively recent visit to Gibraltar, which is noted in my register of interests. Mr. Speaker, the naval base in Gibraltar is of high strategic importance, and the decision to allow the Spanish authorities to monitor equipment going to the British military is highly concerning. Would the Minister guarantee that this treaty, neither directly nor indirectly, will in any way limit operations, access or security of the UK naval base?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can absolutely assure him of that. We would not have signed off this deal without those assurances. The Ministry of Defence, the Defence Secretary and others were fully involved at all stages of the process. We've been very clear that the treaty protects the operational autonomy of our military facilities, which will continue to operate unfettered as they do today.
Chagos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the government on this significant announcement. Does the Minister agree with me that it provides additional safeguards to Gibraltar's sovereignty whilst creating new economic opportunities for its people? And does he agree with those that anyone who has any concerns in this House should listen to the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, who knows better than anyone what is best for the people that elected him and that he represents?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure him of that, and I think it's important to note that, of course, Gibraltar's sovereignty was never on the table in these negotiations. We've been very clear about that throughout. This has been supported and worked through with the Government of Gibraltar throughout, and of course it was unanimously supported by Gibraltar's Parliament, and I think that's very important to note in this House.
Senator Minister Wennimore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister made a statement to the House on the 26th of February. Sadly, that has not been followed by the detail Parliament was promised. In his most recent answers to my written parliamentary questions, he now says the final treaty will be laid as soon as possible after EU processes conclude. Yet the Government of Gibraltar has stated it's due to provisionally come into force in July. So will the Foreign Secretary or the Minister now set out a clear timetable for implementation and confirm when Parliament will be given proper time to scrutinise the full details and guarantee that scrutiny under the CRAG process will take place before provisional application begins?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I set out yesterday, the timetable is not entirely in our control because, of course, this relates to the other party in this treaty, which is the EU and their processes. Mr. Speaker, you will know, of course, that I brought forward the entire text of the draft treaty so that this House had a chance to scrutinise that. I've also provided briefings to the Honourable Lady and a Right Honourable colleague on this matter, as I have yesterday in the Foreign Affairs Committee. We will follow the CRAG process in the usual way. I will make sure the House is kept fully informed and is able to scrutinise as appropriate.
To topicals, does Sharp.
Topical question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Or a secretary.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister updated the House on the fact that UK security vetting recommended against granting vetting of Peter Mandelson and that FCDO took the decision instead to grant vetting. The Prime Minister, the former Foreign Secretary and I should have been told that there was an issue, and I am very troubled that we were not. The result is that Parliament was not given all the information it should have been, and as I informed the Select Committee over the weekend, I've commissioned a review of all of the information provided, and I will write to the Chair further on this shortly. The Permanent Under-Secretary is no longer in post, and as the Prime Minister did yesterday, I want to recognise Sir Ollie Robbins' many years of dedicated public service. I also want to pay tribute to the FCDO and the incredible staff who work not just here in the UK, but across the world, promoting UK interests and values at an incredibly unstable time. That is what has made it possible for me to travel through 5 different countries in the last 6 days, pursuing international diplomacy. The scale of global insecurity impacting our economy and our national security will rightly continue to be the central focus of the FCDO and this ministerial team.
Thank you. As the conflict in the Middle East has fundamentally demonstrated, modern warfare has evolved, with ballistic and hypersonic missiles capable of overwhelming traditional air defence systems, and with energy supplies, food security and critical goods increasingly weaponised as instruments of coercion. Can the Foreign Secretary set out what specific steps the Foreign Office is taking in coordination with the Ministry of Defence to ensure the United Kingdom is prepared for these threats to protect our people and our country?
My honourable friend is right to highlight the way changing technology and also the changing geopolitics and security threats that we face mean that we've also now faced very different kinds of threats to our country. It's why we're increasing the defence budget, but it's why we're also increasing the Foreign Office's work around hybrid threats and a range of hybrid threats, including cyber and others as well. We will need to continue to do so, and I suspect we will need to accelerate that work as well.
Foreign Secretary Dame Prince Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning we heard Sir Ollie Robbins say that there was a dismissive attitude and an atmosphere of pressure from Number 10 towards security vetting due to their desire to get Mandelson in post as soon as possible. Given Sir Ollie's account, why did the Foreign Secretary lose confidence in him last week when surely the Prime Minister passed the buck for his own failures and for his appalling judgment?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the starting point of this was the appointment of Peter Mandelson. He should never have been appointed to that post. And the Prime Minister made that clear and has apologised, not just to the House, but more importantly, to the victims of Epstein. And that's where that apology should lie. But you will also know that there is a responsibility on ministers to provide accurate information to the House and to ensure that we get the information from officials as well. I do think that ministers should have been told, including the former Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister, about this particular issue about the outcome of the UK SV conclusions and their recommendation. I do think that was relevant, certainly to the information that should have been provided to the House in September.
Mr. Speaker, well, the Foreign Secretary, like the Prime Minister, will also be aware that Peter Mandelson was on the border system alongside Russian spies. So has she now checked if the concerns raised during vetting related to his business links with the enemies of the United Kingdom, including Russia and China? Has she asked for the details of the mitigations that Sir Ollie mentioned this morning, were they put in place around Mandelson? Does she know what compromise our enemies have on him? And is she reviewing all his activities as ambassador for any compromise of UK national security?
So, let me tell her I have been informed of the conclusions of the UK security vetting report and assessment and its recommendation. I have not seen the detailed content of the UK security vetting report, and I do think there is a distinction between the individual personal information that is provided and the conclusion and the recommendations it provides. However, she will also know that the Prime Minister has instigated a full investigation into this entire process and into what was known, and also into the whole vetting process as well by Sir Adrian Fulford, and information is being provided to the ISC as well.
Oliver Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm worried that despite this government historically recognising a Palestinian state, there will never be one if the West Bank is annexed further and Netanyahu knows it. 56 new illegal West Bank settlements were approved by Israel in 2025, and since the Iran war began, 78 violent attacks have occurred in over 148 West Bank Palestinian settlements. People are being killed, thousands displaced, families and children attacked and threatened. What more can the UK do to pressure, to sanction, to stop this annexation and to stop this violence?
Minister.
I know the commitment of my honourable friend to these issues and the concern in Burnley about them. I raised exactly these concerns about the West Bank, both with counterparts from the United States, from the Board of Peace and the High Representative of them yesterday, but most importantly also with the Palestinian Prime Minister, who is doing everything that he can in order to ensure that the people in the West Bank are protected from violent settlements. They have expanded at a historic rate. They are a subject of deep controversy, both in Israel, but of course in this House as well. And we will continue to raise these issues with the seriousness that they deserve.
Callum Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, the committee learned that officials in Number 10 put pressure on the FCDO to find a job as ambassador for Matthew Doyle, a close friend of a convicted sex offender. Does the Foreign Secretary see any pattern here? Does the Foreign Secretary find it incredible that Number 10 told FCDO officials not to tell her predecessor about this? Will she commit to investigate and publish all records held by the FCDO about this proposal from Number 10? And is she concerned that political decisions by Number 10 about FCDO staffing have grossly eroded trust and morale among her hard-working civil servants?
Foreign Secretary.
So, obviously, I was the Home Secretary at the time that I understand this has taken place, so I was not involved and don't know the circumstances. I am, of course, extremely concerned at any suggestion that the Permanent Secretary or Permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office would be told not to inform the Foreign Secretary. I can also confirm that the case that he raised, it would not have been an appropriate appointment as well. But let me also respond to the wider issue that he raises, because I, as I said in my opening topical statement, will pay tribute to the phenomenal dedication of people who work right across the Foreign Office, who work with me every single day at a time of immense global instability, and they are continuing to work with huge dedication on pursuing UK interests and UK values, because that's what makes us stronger at home.
Mitchell Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the UK attended the 3rd International Conference on the situation in Sudan, with Germany, France, UK, US, the African Union and the European Union. Our own report from the Foreign Office reports 13 million people are requiring humanitarian assistance, and that an estimated 130 humanitarian workers have been killed. What did the conference and the summit say about humanitarian corridors to give us some confidence that there can be humanitarian assistance going forward?
I'm glad my honourable friend has raised this. In Berlin last week, with my German, French, US, EU and African Union co-hosts, we called for an urgent ceasefire, humanitarian truce, humanitarian access. It is deeply distressing that this conflict is continuing. We also had participants pledge over £1 billion to support the humanitarian response, including 146 million of UK humanitarian for Sudan funding this year, and increasing the support to local aid groups. But it is desperately urgent that we get the ceasefire, because this is the worst humanitarian crisis of the 21st century.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary has paid tribute to Sir Ollie Robinson on a number of occasions. So in that case, can I ask, what were the grounds for his dismissal, and what was contained in his dismissal letter? And was he allowed to state a case against that sacking?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, as the Prime Minister set out yesterday, we do believe that ministers should have been informed that the UK security vetting recommendation was against granting developed vetting to Peter Mandelson. This is significant and important information. It should have been disclosed to the Prime Minister at the time, and it should also certainly have been disclosed to me at the time when I was answering specific questions from the Select Committee that was particularly about security concerns and what the response had been to them. As the Prime Minister has said, he did speak to Sir Ollie before making the decision.
Dave Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents across Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages are obviously concerned about the situation in Iran, but also about its impact on the cost of living at home. What steps is the Department taking to ensure that commodities like fuel, including red diesel and fertiliser, are able to reach market and keep prices from rising further?
The most immediate urgent thing we need to do internationally is to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened. That is what I have been pursuing in a diplomatic series of meetings over the last few days across 5 different countries with 12 different foreign ministers, and domestically the Chancellor will be making a statement shortly.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents in Woking are really concerned that the world's attention is on Trump's illegal war in Iran. Whilst that is happening, Netanyahu is annexing land in Gaza, Lebanon and West Bank. Following Viktor Orban's defeat in Hungary, the EU is meant to be agreeing to take a tougher line on Israel. Will this country join them?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure this House that this government has not taken its eye off events in Lebanon or indeed Israel and Palestine. That's why I was in Beirut last week with the Lebanese Prime Minister, the President and various others, why I was in Brussels yesterday with the Palestinian Prime Minister and a range of other key actors. Clearly, what the European Union does is a matter for them. We have taken a series of steps in the way that the Foreign Secretary has already set out, and, Mr. Speaker, we will keep those under close review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with a young woman from Somaliland in my constituency who has lost 14 members of her family in recent years to fighting in the region. She and other campaigners from Somaliland are understandably reticent to use the new e-visa system introduced by the Somalian government due to fears around privacy and data protection. Will the Minister raise these questions with her counterparts in the Somalian government to ensure Somalian landers can travel to their country without fear?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for her question and offer my condolences to her young constituent. The British Embassy in Mogadishu have raised e-visas with the federal government of Somalia and will provide further updates through travel advice in due course as necessary. We do continue to raise these issues and call for peaceful talks in relation to bringing about a sustainable peace in Somalia.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week marked 3 years since the start of Sudan's ongoing civil war, which has sparked a disastrous famine affecting an estimated 34 million people, while around 14 million have been displaced. What is the government doing to combat the reported obstruction of aid delivery by the RSF, SAF and other warring factions that is further worsening this monumental humanitarian crisis?
Secretary.
We discussed this issue directly at the Berlin conference, and I agree with him. To be honest, I think that the international community has failed the people of Sudan, that this war continues in the most horrendous circumstances, and we have urged anyone who is able to put pressure on the RSF and the SAF that they must allow humanitarian access to people who desperately need it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Businesses in my Bolton West constituency, including trailer manufacturer in Dispensation, are labouring under a mountain of repetitive, costly and unnecessary paperwork because the last government failed to negotiate a regime for mutual recognition of conformity assessments. What can the Foreign Secretary say about the progress she's made with the Paymaster General in removing the Brexit barriers to trade that are holding back British businesses abroad?
Minister. Well, he raises very important questions on behalf of his constituents, and our long-term national interest and indeed interest of businesses in his constituency require a closer EU partnership anchored in the common understanding. We're tackling trade barriers. My colleague, the Paymaster General, working very hard on these issues. We're continuing to discuss the challenges faced by manufacturers on both sides, as well as CCA implementation at the trade specialised committees. And the further summit that we're going to have later this year will have a chance to discuss many of these issues.
Bob Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ministers will be aware that Ashab al-Yamin have claimed responsibility for the terrorist attacks across northwest London on Jewish synagogues, places of worship, businesses and homes. This is a group that takes its orders direct from Iran and from the IRGC. So what action have ministers taken to call in the diplomats from Iran and expel them because they are instructing terrorist attacks on our citizens?
Minister.
As the honourable member may know, I have repeatedly summoned the Iranian ambassador, both about concerns about what goes on in the UK. There are some elements of the alleged attacks in the UK which are still sub judice, but I would want to leave him in no doubt about how forcefully we have raised these points with the Iranian ambassador and indeed with the Iranian regime.
Vic Smith.
Mr. Speaker, constituents involved in my local Rotary Club have contacted me about the global polio eradication programme. Now, I'm reliably advised that ministers want to concentrate resources for the best impact. So can the Minister reassure my constituents that the UK remains determined to protect these important gains made in polio eradication for the future?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank him for his question. I can offer that reassurance and pay tribute to Rotarians who have worked for over so many decades for the eradication of polio. We will continue to support global polio eradication directly until December 2026, and then we will use support for our polio eradication fund through £248 million of fully flexible core funding to the WHO between 2025 and 2028. We do remain utterly committed to eradicating polio around the world.
Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the Rycroft Review confirmed the UK faces persistent and strategic interference from hostile states and warned that our defences against information warfare are worryingly weak. With important elections across the country in 2 weeks' time, including in my own Stockport Council area, what steps is the government taking working with our allies to prevent disinformation from overseas aimed at those participating in UK elections?
Minister.
Well, she raises a crucially important issue. I work very closely with the Security Minister and others on these matters. Our electoral system is highly resilient, and to date we've not seen evidence of successful Russian interference in UK democratic processes. But we know that the Kremlin is seeking to sow discord in the West and in the UK and undermine our institutions, and we are working on a series of measures to ensure that they cannot achieve that foothold in our society or our democracy.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. On January the 1st, Israel revoked the licences of 37 international NGOs working in the occupied West Bank and Gaza. The United Nations Human Rights Chief called the suspensions outrageous, making an already intolerable situation even worse for the people of Gaza. What is the Minister doing to ensure the Israeli government allows life-saving aid to enter Gaza, that it reverses the suspensions of the licences, and that aid and humanitarian relief is not politicised or weaponised by the Israeli government?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have continued to raise the vital importance of all of the necessary aid getting into Gaza. It is welcome that over the last week the amount of aid that has gone in has increased, but it is still not adequate to the needs. We have raised the question of restrictions directly, repeatedly with the Israeli government, and we will continue to do so. It is vital that aid gets to the people who need it.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Would the UK consider a state to be a democracy? And would it continue normal diplomatic relations with that state were it to introduce a differential death penalty, one which was based on ethnicity?
Minister.
I think the honourable member refers to the legislation passed in the Israeli Knesset. We oppose the death penalty. Friends across the world to condemn this specific measure, and the Foreign Secretary has raised it specifically with the Israeli Foreign Minister. I can leave the House in no doubt about our opposition to these measures.
Emily Thornbridge, Chair of the Select Committee.
Very much. May I associate myself with the comments of the Foreign Secretary with regard to the Foreign Office and its dedication and hard work of its officials. We are particularly at a time like this in need of a Foreign Office that's absolutely at the top of its game, not just in this country but across the world. But the Foreign Affairs Committee's concerns remain about security more than anything else, and the impact of employing Peter Mandelson is something which causes us great concern. During his time being the ambassador to the United States, he was given access to top secret information. How can we protect our country against him leaking any of that, given his record?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend, I know, has been taking evidence on this issue, and I know has raised issues around security. Can I tell her that we take the issue around security extremely seriously? She will also know that there is a police investigation which is underway, which raises some of these issues, and she will appreciate I do not want to say anything that would cut across that, but I am happy to discuss this matter with her further.
Ruth Bacon.
Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to my register of members' interests. Point 13 of the first phase of the Gaza peace plan negotiated by the United States is very clear that Hamas must disarm, dismantle its terrorist infrastructure and play no role in Gaza's future. The government have expressed support for this, and they are right to do so. But Hamas have been equally clear that they are not going to disarm, and every indication is that they are doing the reverse. So what steps will the government take to ensure that the removal of Hamas and the demilitarization of Gaza become a reality?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was discussing precisely these issues yesterday. Hamas must disarm. There must be a process by which their weapons are decommissioned. There are discussions ongoing on those questions. Hamas must agree voluntarily to disarm. That is vital. It is a key component of the 20-point plan, and without agreement on that point, it will be difficult to make progress. I was discussing that with a range of our international counterparts yesterday, and we will continue to remain very focused. Mr. Speaker, may I take the quick opportunity just to correct? Okay.
Thank you. On Sudan and that failing international response, can I ask the Foreign Secretary whether she'll consider further economic measures and sanctions, including against the nationals of the countries that are supporting the belligerents, and will she encourage the Prime Minister to prioritise Sudan in his international engagements so he can show the leadership that she has? Thank you.
No problem. Foreign Secretary.
I can assure my honourable friend that my right honourable friend, that we are continuing to raise this as well. And we assess that there are around a dozen countries that are providing different kinds of arms flow support in different ways to the warring parties. That is an extremely serious concern, and we are raising it with a whole range of different countries. We are also continuing to look at the issue of sanctions.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the Minister's answer to question 1 on illicit finances, we still don't have publicly accessible registers of beneficial ownership in the overseas territories. Nearly 10 years after this House passed the necessary legislation and made clear they must be set up, when will the government put its foot down and say enough delay, enough obfuscation, open up these registers to proper scrutiny fully and now?
Well, he will know that we do have publicly accessible registers in some of the overseas territories, in Gibraltar, in Montserrat, and there's been welcome progress on legitimate interest access registers in a number, including in recent weeks. But I absolutely agree, we need to go much, much further forward. We're working very closely to ensure that this progress is there, and I've set out my expectations very clearly.
Elizabeth McAllister.
Speaker, I have always been assured by both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary that the case of my constituent Jagtar Singh Johal, arbitrarily detained in India now for 8.5 years, would continue to be raised at all levels. I understand that the Foreign Secretary met with her counterpart, Jai Shankar, on 2 occasions recently and was not able to do so. So can I have the Foreign Secretary's assurance that she remains committed to raising Jagtar's case and is actively working to secure his release?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I can give him the assurance that we do continue to raise the important case of Jagtar Singh Johal and to seek a resolution to his case as soon as we can. Thank you.
Robert Jenrick.
Last month, the United Nations General Assembly voted to demand that countries, including the United Kingdom, pay reparations for slavery. Astonishingly, the Foreign Secretary instructed our ambassador to abstain and to issue a pathetic hand-wringing statement which failed to mention the United Kingdom's unique role in the eradication of this great evil. Are we a punchbag, or are we a great, proud country? Will the Foreign Secretary explain her decision and state to the House unequivocally that the United Kingdom will never pay a penny of British taxpayers' money in reparations?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are, of course, against reparations, and when he was a member of that party, I think he was against them, but who knows what he's for or against now. Goodness only knows. Let's face it, Mr. Speaker, he's just got his clip for social media, which is all this response deserves.
Ewan Steinbank.
March was one of the deadliest months on record for settler violence in the occupied West Bank. For communities such as Jais, life is becoming intolerable. Going further than the diplomatic pressure currently being exerted, will the government expand sanctions for the many Israeli officials explicitly and brazenly empowering settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising this important point. As I said earlier, this remains utmost in our minds. We discussed it with our partners yesterday. He will know, as he's heard ministers say from this dispatch box before, we won't speculate on further sanctions, but we treat this issue with the seriousness it deserves.
Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary has made it clear that a ceasefire in Sudan is a key priority. In the light of the Berlin Conference shortcomings, can she detail the diplomatic, economic and political levers she is using to bring an end to the violence, particularly with the UK allies, including the UAE, with direct stakes in the war? Thank you.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can tell the honourable member that as well as discussing this intensively at the Berlin conference, I've also discussed this with the UAE Foreign Minister, who I met a couple of days ago, and I've also discussed it with the other members of the Quad of countries, including the US, Saudi and Egypt as well. And we are continuing to work not just with the Quad, but much more widely to engage all countries in pressure to get to a ceasefire.
Greg Smith.
Mr. Speaker, can the Foreign Secretary give a guarantee that there is nothing in the so-called reset negotiations with the European Union or the rumoured reset bill that is incompatible with Section 38 of the Withdrawal Act?
Minister.
The Minister of the Cabinet Office has set out answers to those questions.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Foreign Secretary accept that as a matter of objective fact, this House was misled about the circumstances of Mandelson's security vetting, even if that misleading was inadvertent?
Well, the House was not given the full information. It is important that it should be given the full information, and I have undertaken to write to the Select Committee ensuring that full as well as accurate information is provided.
Carl Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the UK, we pride ourselves in allowing people to practice their religion freely. Can the Minister update the House on what he is doing with any new regime in Iran to protect the rights of Christians to worship openly there?
Minister.
Freedom of religious belief continues to be a very important issue that the Foreign Office pursues with vigour. I'm very glad that we're joined in the Chamber by our envoy on that question. We have raised questions of freedom of religious belief with the Iranian government on countless occasions. It is clear, given the scale of restrictions that the Iranians have put on their own people, that they are not listening to the United Kingdom's advocacy on these questions, but we will continue to raise these questions and pursue it with our partners.
That completes, and I think the Minister wants to make a point of order. Point of order, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just wish to correct the answer I gave the Shadow Foreign Secretary in relation to the Iranian appointments. While it is true that our diplomats have raised concerns about human rights issues in general, the Foreign Secretary has not herself raised within the United Nations the question of this appointment. There has been no opportunity for her to do so.
Right, that completes questions. Let the front bench change over. We now come to the statement. Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will update the House on the spring meetings of the International Monetary Fund and the continued action that the government is taking to strengthen our economic and energy security in response to the conflict in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, we did not start this war, we did not join this war. But since the war in the Middle East broke out, I have been clear-eyed about my duty to be responsive to a changing world and responsible in the national interest. The best economic policy today is our diplomatic policy: negotiation, de-escalation, and the permanent reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Last week in Washington, I held talks with world finance ministers, including the US Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. I struck a joint agreement with 10 other major economies, calling for a swift and lasting negotiated resolution to the conflict and agreeing to avoid unnecessary trade restrictions to support energy and food security. We agreed to maintain maximum economic pressure to ensure that Russia cannot profit from this war. And I was proud to announce the UK's third tranche of the extraordinary revenue acceleration funding for Ukraine's defences, as well as continuing to work with the US administration to increase economic pressure on Iran. The Prime Minister has also led global action, convening a summit of nations with the President of France to work together to support freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. The UK will continue to play its part, including engagement with the insurance industry to support shipping when conditions allow. We are continuing to plan for every eventuality, but we must deal with the economic costs that are already being felt. I reject the demands for a knee-jerk response to this crisis that would put household finances at risk through higher inflation and higher interest rates. Every choice that I make will be about keeping costs down for families and for businesses. That's why I have extended the 5p cut for fuel duty twice since the election, saving the average motorist £90 a year compared with the plans that I inherited. It is why I have frozen prescription charges for 2 years in a row, frozen rail fares for the first time in 30 years, and why I am taking £150 off energy bills. with additional help for those struggling with the cost of heating oil. And it is why I've expanded the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme to over 10,000 manufacturers, addressing long-term competitiveness and cutting electricity costs from this year. During the last energy shock, the previous government's package of unfunded, untargeted support saw more than a third of the direct energy bill support go to the wealthiest households. That meant higher inflation, higher interest rates and higher taxes. I will not repeat those mistakes. Last week, the IMF said that my plan is the appropriate response to the conflict. And I led a joint statement with 10 other major economies, agreeing to coordinate our domestic responses to ensure that they are both responsive and responsible. Mr. Speaker, this government has the right plan for our economy. At the spring forecast, we saw how the action that we have taken since the election has prepared Britain to better weather this conflict. Inflation was at 3% and set to fall to target, a lower base than at the outset of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, when inflation was high and rising. Borrowing was set to fall more over this Parliament than in any other in the G7. We are set to reduce the deficit by £20 billion from 5.2% to 4.3% of GDP this year. And I increased our financial buffers, with headroom against our stability room of £23.6 billion, so that we can weather shocks and keep borrowing costs down. Last week, the IMF welcomed the UK's notable improvement in our public finances. I am clear that the best way that we can build a stronger, more resilient economy is through economic growth. I welcome the recent figures showing that the economy grew by 0.5% in the 3 months to February and upgraded growth for the 3 months to January to 0.3%. I also welcome this morning's labour market figures for February, showing unemployment coming down and real wages continuing to rise as they have in every month since I became Chancellor, adding to the evidence that the government has set the right economic plan to steer our economy through the uncertainty ahead. But as I have said, the war in Iran will come at a cost. Last week, the IMF published their updated forecasts for the global economy in response to the war. They reduced their expectations for GDP growth in the United Kingdom and increased their expectations for inflation. This builds on their judgment that the UK is more exposed to energy price shocks than our counterparts, a problem that the previous government failed to address in 14 years. And on the IMF's observation that since the last energy crisis, the UK has had higher inflation than other countries, where the aftermath of Liz Truss's disastrous mini-budget and the previous government's untargeted, unfunded support package contributed to a more persistent rise in inflation and in interest rates than in other countries around the world. The IMF's forecasts are a stark reminder of why we must stick to our economic plan and go further and faster on delivering our economic security. Since the election, we have invested in clean, homegrown energy, in renewables and in nuclear power. In 2025, we imported 17% less gas than we did in 2021. And gas generation now sets the wholesale price for electricity around a third less frequently than it did in the early 2020s, meaning that our energy system is now more secure and less exposed to volatile global energy prices. Today, we are going further, with a package of changes to reduce our reliance on imported oil and gas, boost the use of renewables, and smooth the impact of energy price shocks. First, oil and gas production from the North Sea is an important and valuable resource, and its workforce is a vital asset for our country. That is why we are harnessing our domestic supply by managing existing fields for their entire lifetimes, including by allowing tiebacks for those fields to ensure that they remain viable. Today, in advance of legislation, we are publishing further details on tiebacks, which I first announced in the budget, which external analysis has predicted could result in tens of millions more barrels of oil and gas being available for UK supply. Today's announcement gives industry greater clarity to support investment in these projects and maximise supply from our existing sites to support our energy security. Second, we are sweeping away the barriers to new renewables investment, accelerating vital grid infrastructure, reforming land access rules and extending permitted development rights, as well as making more public land available for renewable infrastructure, which could unlock up to 10 gigawatts of new capacity, and helping households and businesses to switch to clean, cheaper renewable electricity through plug-in solar panels and better EV charging. And third, we are reforming our energy system. Currently, households and businesses pay more for their electricity when the price of gas is high. The electricity generator levy already recoups some of the excess returns made by generators due to high gas prices. And today I am announcing that I will extend the electricity generator levy past its scheduled conclusion in 2028. And ahead of that, I am increasing the rate of the electricity generators levy from 45% to 55%. This ensures that a larger proportion of any exceptional revenues from high gas prices are passed back to government, providing a vital revenue stream so that money is available for government to support businesses and families with the impacts of the conflict in the Middle East. But crucially, it will encourage older, low-carbon electricity generators, which supply about a third of our power, to move from market pricing to fixed-price contracts for difference. Under new proposals set out by the Energy Secretary today, that will further weaken the link between high gas prices and the price paid for our electricity, and limiting the spikes in energy prices from driving up inflation and costs for households and for businesses. Mr. Speaker, this government has the right economic plan, a plan that was right before the conflict in the Middle East started and is now essential to weather the impact of that conflict. A plan that is backed by the IMF, a plan to keep costs down for everyone and to support those who need it most. And in a world that is more uncertain, a plan to, I wish it was more certain, and in a world that is more uncertain, a plan to build a Britain that is stronger and more secure. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Chancellor Sir Mel Stride.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Right Honourable Lady for advance sight of her statement. Mr. Speaker, the UK has some of the highest energy prices in the world. That is crippling our economy, pushing up the cost of living, and leaves us particularly exposed to energy shocks like the one we are experiencing right now. And yet, the government seems totally unwilling to accept the scale of the problem and totally unwilling to shift in their dogmatic commitment to a net zero agenda which is making us poorer. Last year, we on this side of the House came forward with our cheap power plan. We said the government needed to scrap carbon taxes, scrap the renewable subsidies which are pushing up bills, and reverse the nonsensical decision to rely on imported oil and gas instead of pursuing the common sense approach of extracting our own resources from right here in the North Sea. Under pressure from this Conservative opposition, we have seen some progress at least, but at a snail's pace, with the Energy Secretary dragged with oh so much reluctance in the direction we have set out. Mr. Speaker, the action taken goes nowhere near far enough and is not fast enough. At the budget, the government announced they would take 75% of the cost of renewals off bills. but they didn't abolish the subsidies as we called for. They are still being paid. Maybe not out of people's energy bills, but out of the hard-working pockets of hard-working taxpayers. And when it comes to the vast majority of businesses in our country, this government has done nothing for them. Madam Deputy Speaker, the proposals announced today risk locking in the costs of those subsidies by including them in the new contracts for difference, which the government is hoping that energy producers will sign up to. So can the Chancellor confirm that this is indeed the case, that under these arrangements, these subsidies will not only persist, but will be guaranteed? The new contracts being announced today are, of course, voluntary. So on what basis does the government think these changes will lead to an overall reduction in energy bills? Presumably, Madam Deputy Speaker, generators will only sign up to these arrangements if they are in their own commercial interest. So how is the government going to ensure that companies do not simply game the system and end up being guaranteed higher prices? How much will these announcements reduce energy bills by? Has the Energy Secretary even provided the Chancellor with an estimate of the impact on bills? And if there is no estimate, Madam Deputy Speaker, how can the Chancellor be confident that bills will indeed be reduced, not increased? And on that point, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can put a number on our plan. It would mean £200 off household bills. Why can't the Chancellor do the same with this latest announcement? The government have also said they will get rid of carbon price support. That is welcome. But they are not doing it until next year. And the CPS is only part of the carbon tax, which we on this side of the House are clear needs to be scrapped completely. It costs both households and businesses, and it needs to go. Why will the Chancellor not commit to removing these taxes completely? And on taxes, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady noted the importance of keeping fuel duty down. But once again, she had nothing to say about the onerous increase in fuel duty she still plans to bring forward in September. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have had no meaningful action today on the issue of North Sea oil and gas. The Chancellor says she wants to reduce our exposure to global energy, yet the government is choosing to leave us more resilient on imported hydrocarbons. We all know that she is in a completely different place to the Energy Secretary. He is committed to the gradual smothering of our oil and gas sector, regardless of the cost to our economy and the loss of those jobs and tax revenues. So why does the Chancellor not urge the Prime Minister to overrule the Energy Secretary on these matters? The revenues from new oil and gas extraction are vital given the state of our public finances. Madam Deputy Speaker, the current crisis shows how exposed we are and how damaging the government's net zero obsession has been to our economy, to households and to businesses. The government is right to want to reduce that exposure, but is doing too little, too late. We need an urgent change in course, not dither and delay. We need a proper cheap power plan to get bills back down, and we need it now.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, that response exposes a shadow chancellor who is out of credible ideas. Now, I thought I was, again, the shadow chancellor is being lined up for the sack by the leader of the opposition, but to be honest, after his performance today, I can understand her choice. Now, the shadow chancellor talks about the IMF. Yes, the IMF did downgrade the forecast. Why? Because of a war that was started, which his party unquestioningly backed, and because of our high exposure to global energy markets, which his party allowed. And we are taking the right choices. We did not back this war, nor did we follow the calls of the leader of the opposition or the leader of reform to join in. And we are investing in and we are reforming our energy market so that we can take back control of our energy security. The Shadow Chancellor talks about the economy. Well, let's talk about the economy. Before this war broke out, our economy grew by 0.5% in the 3 months to February and 0.3% in the 3 months to January. Inflation was expected by the Bank of England and the OBR to return to target, and interest rates have been cut by their fastest rate in 17 years, compared to hitting 5.25% under the Conservatives, with mortgage costs going through the roof. He says it's the Bank of England's job to address inflation, but we had the same Bank of England when they were in government than when we were in government. They have cut interest rates when we have been in government because we got control of the public finances. They lost control of the public finances. Now, the Shadow Chancellor says that the response to a fossil fuel crisis is to rely more on fossil fuels and to reduce investment in clean, homegrown energy. And he's ignoring the fundamental lesson of both Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the conflict now in the Middle East. The Shadow Chancellor opposed new solar energy, opposed onshore wind power, and did not invest either in Sizewell C or in small modular reactors like this Labour government is doing. And just today, the CEO of Renewables UK has said that delinking results in reducing the link between volatile gas and electricity prices to help protect households and businesses against unpredictable fossil fuel costs, strengthening UK energy security. And on the issue of tiebacks, the Right Honourable Gentleman says it makes no difference, yet Offshore Energy UK says that developing fields as tiebacks addresses costs, lower emissions and extends the life of existing critical infrastructure, which is exactly why we are doing it. On delinking, the Shadow Chancellor says that it would lead to higher prices. Well, the exact opposite. The whole aim here is to move to fixed prices, and by increasing the electricity generators levy, which we don't know whether the party opposite support or oppose, by increasing the electricity generators levy, we incentivise those energy companies to come off the levy and come onto contracts for difference. And we are now beginning the negotiations with industry so that we can reduce that volatility in prices. And as the CEO of E.ON has said today, for too long the value in our energy system has flowed to the top of the chain. Today, moves to start to turn that around, because instead of the volatility and the spikes that are so damaging both for family finances and business finances, we can take out of the system. But the Shadow Chancellor had nothing to say on that. And on fuel duty was never lower in 14 years under the Conservatives than it is today. And of course we are keeping all scenarios under review, but it is quite clear that the best way to bring down fuel prices is to de-escalate this conflict, not ramp it up like the Conservatives want to do. The Shadow Chancellor's got nothing to say on international cooperation, nothing to say on global negotiations to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, nothing to say on reform of our energy market, nothing to say on investment in our infrastructure. Why? Because he has no plan. Why? Because he doesn't have any ideas. Why? Because his party has no economic credibility. Labour has the right plan for our country. The Conservatives would take us right back to the bad days of high inflation, high interest rates and the mess they made of our economy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the conflict in Iran is a reminder, is also a matter of energy security and of the cost of energy. It is a reminder for the second time in 4 years of the dangers of being dependent on international fossil fuel markets and the need to reduce our dependence on them. The Select Committee has heard a lot of evidence about the importance of decoupling the price of electricity from the price of gas. So can I encourage you to bring forward the measures that are going to enable the reduction in the amount of time where gas continues to set the price of electricity? It is a pity that the party opposite didn't take that approach following the invasion of Ukraine in 2022 when they had the chance.
I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for that question and the important work that he's done on this issue. There are two ways to reduce the number of days in which the gas price sets the electricity price. The first is to invest more in homegrown renewables and also in nuclear, so that more of the mix is made up of electricity. And the second way to do it is to de-link gas and electricity prices, in the first instance by increasing the electricity generators levy to bring in money, but also, and this is a crucial point, to incentivise those companies who are currently getting the market price to instead to go onto a contract for difference, which gives greater certainty for families, pensioners and businesses with their bills, and that is exactly what we are doing.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Chancellor for advance sight of her statement. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor should have come here today to explain how she was going to use the £20 million extra that the Treasury is pulling in every single day through higher VAT, higher energy profits levy and other taxes to tackle the immediate cost of fuel crisis that is facing families and businesses today. I believe the Chancellor is just fundamentally wrong when she says that a knee-jerk response would have put household finances at risk through higher inflation and higher interest rates. Just look at what other countries are doing. Instead, the government could have used this £20 million to drive down prices. The price of petrol on the pump, the price of train fares, the price of bus fares and the price of home charging electric vehicles. By slashing those prices, it could have helped the Chancellor to control inflation and higher interest rates. It's what other countries are doing. It's what we Liberal Democrats are calling for. Madam Deputy Speaker, we Liberal Democrats were the only political party to have in our manifesto a commitment to break the link between gas and electricity prices. So we are glad that 18 months on, this government has finally listened. In addition to the measures outlined today, can I ask the Chancellor about two specific things? First of all, has the Chancellor spoken to any of the banks about rolling out low-interest loans for householders who want to do the right thing, adopt energy-saving measures, but are struggling with the upfront costs? And secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I met with the Competition and Markets Authority on Monday. The CMA and Ofgem both agree that there is a case to answer about the broken energy market and why hospitality and small businesses are being blocked. So would the Secretary of State join with me in writing to Ofgem and asking them to finally investigate without any further delay a broken energy market that is blocking out hospitality and small businesses from accessing the best deals?
I welcome the fact that the Honourable Lady and her party opposed this war and didn't want the UK to become involved, unlike the Conservatives and Reform. But I do find what the Honourable Lady has just set out as being fundamentally economically illiterate. I mean, the idea that a great fiscal policy is to close the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, why didn't we think of it when we came to office? If we close the Strait of Hormuz, all of our problems will be over because we can get in all of this money. And yet that is what the Honourable Lady is suggesting, that we're going to get some great windfall from a tax. The truth is the IMF and every other forecaster is clear that tax revenues are going to be lower, not higher, because of this conflict in the Middle East. And so the money that the Honourable Lady wants us to spend simply does not exist. And I'm afraid she's falling into the failed economic policies of the Conservatives, who wanted who delivered untargeted, unfunded support, which resulted in higher interest rates, higher inflation and higher taxes. It is not targeted. She's suggesting an untargeted approach, and that is what has got us into the mess that we are in today. Now, I welcome the fact that she supports us on decoupling. That is the right thing to do with our gas and electricity prices. I regret the fact that the Honourable Lady and her party did not support the Planning Act, which enables us to build the infrastructure that we need to get the homes built and the energy infrastructure built as well. And on the specific issue about working with banks, yes, as a government, the Department for Energy is working with every high street lender and every energy company to help people who are struggling with their bills.
David Burton-Sampson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as my right honourable friend mentioned, in 2022, Liz Truss launched a household energy support package that provided blanket support to every household, including the most well-off. And it was estimated to cost between £57 and £60 billion just over the first 6 months, predominantly funded by borrowing. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the right thing to do and the fiscally responsible thing to do during this crisis is to do targeted support to those who need it most?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. It is the case that more than a third of the support with energy bills went to the top third of households, and that makes no sense at all, especially when those households then end up being burdened with higher interest rates on their mortgages, higher inflation in the shops and higher taxes for years to come. So the right approach is a targeted one to keep costs and interest rates down for everybody. But of course the very best economic policy would be de-escalation of this conflict, not ramping it up as the Conservatives and Reform want to do.
To Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. She'll be aware of how important aviation is to the UK economy, and particularly Heathrow, which is responsible for huge amounts of air freight and economic activity in my constituency. Given all the reports that we've had regarding the supply chain of kerosene in aviation, can I ask what measures or discussions is she taking to ensure kerosene supply, and what consideration has she given to tax relief to ensure that our aviation sector is sustainable and continues to contribute to the UK economy?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. As you know, this government is a big supporter of our airports and the aviation sector, which is why we're backing a third runway at Heathrow, a second runway at Gatwick, as well as expansion at Stansted and Luton airports. We are in regular contact with the aviation sector. They are currently not reporting any challenges with the security of supply, but as the honourable gentleman would expect, and as the House would expect, we are planning for all different types of scenarios. But the best way to ensure the security of supply is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by working to de-escalate this conflict.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the fact that in this time of economic shocks, the government is playing its proper role to protect UK households from the worst harm. So can I thank the Chancellor for the work she's particularly doing with other finance ministers and governments to bring about de-escalation of the war, unlike the escalation that's advocated by others. Does she agree that in addition to the very specific measures she's talked about today and the Secretary of State for Energy has announced, that she needs to continue alongside the rest of the government to press other governments for de-escalation of the war as the best way to protect UK households?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and that's why I think the whole House welcomed the Prime Minister and the French President convening a meeting of 50 countries on Friday to work on how we could ensure the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but then crucially the protection of vessels travelling through when it is safe to do so. And it's why I've been working with the insurance industry to ensure that the right cover will be available to vessels when it is possible to travel through the strait again. And when I was in Washington last week, I also met with our allies from the Gulf countries who made very clear the importance of both reopening the Strait of Hormuz but also preserving toll-free travel through the Strait of Hormuz.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On fuel duty, at a time when prices are going up, if the Chancellor's 5p increase goes ahead from this September through to next March, we will have the 8th highest fuel duty compared to other European countries. Surely this is not the time, and if she wants certainty, the best thing she could do is stand at that dispatch box and cancel the fuel duty hike.
I understand the concerns people have about filling up their car with petrol and diesel right now. That's why we've introduced cheaper fuel finders so that people can compare prices and get the best deal when they fill up their car. And it's also why we've had all the petrol retailers into number 11 Downing Street to ensure that we don't have any price gouging. There's still 4.5 months until September. We are preparing for every eventuality. I've extended the fuel duty freeze and the extension of the 5p cut for two times already. That means the average motorist is saving £90 more than the plans that I inherited from the Conservative Party.
Julie Minns.
Deputy Speaker, the conflict in the Middle East has again highlighted just how vulnerable our off-grid rural households are to fossil fuel-driven energy shocks. So, does the Chancellor agree with me that the Warm Homes Plan is a major opportunity to upgrade rural housing and cut bills? And can she confirm what further steps the government is taking to encourage the take-up of low-carbon technology?
I thank my honourable friend for that question and raising the challenges felt in many rural communities, which is why I put in additional money to help people with the cost of heating oil, recognising that the £150 off energy bills that came in April doesn't apply to heating oil, and we wanted to make sure that people had support there. But it's also why we are extending and increasing the generosity of the Warm Homes Plan, particularly including boiler upgrades to help people in all communities, but including in rural communities where the cost of heating homes is often higher.
Stephen Flynn.
Deputy Speaker, we're very fortunate in Scotland to already produce more renewable electricity than we consume, and of course we produce more oil and gas than we consume as well. Unfortunately, though, we don't experience any benefit on our bills, and of course the oil and gas workforce, who the Chancellor had the cheek to regard as a vital asset to the country, certainly don't feel like it, because 1,000 of them are losing their jobs every single month. So if she believes in jobs, if she believes in investment, if she believes in energy security and she believes in reducing climate emissions, can she outline why she hasn't yet moved to the OGPM and explain why she's allowing the Chancellor, the Energy Secretary, to overrule the Chancellor and prioritise imports of LNG rather than supporting domestic energy sources?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. People in Scotland and right across the UK benefited from the money off their energy bills. We're one of the few countries in the world where energy bills for households went down in April rather than going up because of the changes that I made in the budget, and of course that benefits households in Scotland as well. Today, myself and the Energy Secretary have announced changes around tiebacks. That's something that previous government could have done but didn't do. And Offshore Energy UK has said that developing fields as tiebacks reduces costs, lowers emissions and extends the life of existing critical infrastructure. Of course, this policy will help create more and support more jobs in Scotland in this vital sector. But if the SNP are so concerned about jobs, why don't they back nuclear in Scotland like this Labour government is backing nuclear in England and in Wales?
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Chancellor's statement today and the announcement of both her and the Energy Secretary? We've seen 2 fossil fuel shocks just in the last 5 years, which have done untold damage to our economy. Half of the recessions since the 1970s have been caused by similar fossil fuel shocks. It's really clear that the move to clean, homegrown energy is good for the economy, good for security and good for household bills as well. Could the Chancellor set out what conversations she and the Energy Secretary have already had with those organisations that might be taking up those voluntary agreements, and when might we see those voluntary agreements agreed and us seeing the benefit of breaking the link between the gas and electricity price?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. What the investment in nuclear and renewables can do is ensure our security of supply, but also security of price. And the investment in fossil fuels cannot secure security of price, because that price is determined by international markets. And that is why we're trying to get the third of power that is electricity, but not on contracts for difference, onto contracts for difference, so that we can stabilise prices and avoid the spikes that we see because of that volatility in fossil fuel prices, as the honourable gentleman has said. Myself and the Energy Secretary have already met with the energy sector to discuss this policy and the negotiation of contracts of difference. And we are confident through both the negotiations and the incentive of avoiding the higher electricity generators levy that many businesses will be happy to and willing to move through a negotiated price onto contracts for difference.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The strangely cheerful outing from the Treasury front bench today really does make them the equivalent of the band playing on the deck of the Titanic as the government sinks around them after hitting the iceberg that is Peter Mandelson. If she thinks that anybody out there genuinely thinks she has made the economy more resilient to economic shocks, then I'm sorry to say the Chancellor is living in cloud cuckoo land. I have met the families who have less money in their pay packets because of her tax raids. I have met the businesses making people redundant, cutting investments or facing closure because of her tax rises. If she wants to help people in the economy, cut taxes.
Well, today we've announced an increase in the electricity generators levy to help constituents of his and all of our constituents to get lower prices for electricity. And instead of talking the country down, maybe the honourable gentleman might want to mention the fact that the economy grew by 0.5% in February, unemployment went down today, deficit reduction is the fastest pace of any country in the G7, and in every single month that I've been Chancellor, wages have risen by more than prices. Very different from what happened when his party were in charge.
Nick Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Chancellor for her statement today? Can I agree that the best economic policy today is diplomatic policy? Given the situation in Iran, can she tell us more about her plans for economic pressure on the leadership there to increase pressure to de-escalate this dreadful situation?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he's absolutely right that the best economic policy is diplomatic policy, reopening the Strait of Hormuz and de-escalating this conflict, which is why the Prime Minister hosted with France the coalition meeting on Friday last week. And it's also why, when I met with the US Treasury Secretary last week, we committed to doing more to increase the sanctions and the economic pressure on Iran. And my team of Treasury officials met with US Treasury officials last week to work out what more can be done following the excellent work that our two treasuries have already done together to increase economic pressure on Iran.
Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker. As a result of this war, agricultural inflation is now running at 7.6%, more than twice general inflation levels. Red diesel has doubled in price. Fertiliser supply is under serious threat. Food prices are therefore, predictably, likely to rise subsequently, causing hardship to millions of people, partly because of Britain's lack of food security. Is it not time for the government to U-turn on the Conservatives' policy that they inherited of England now being the only country in Europe that does not use its farm payments to actively support its farmers to produce food?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and for his representation for the agricultural sector. As the honourable gentleman knows, on the 2 occasions where we have extended the 5p cut in fuel duty, that commensurate benefit is also applied to red diesel. But I do recognise the challenges faced by the agricultural sector and other sectors that are big users of diesel in the current conflict, and that is why we are working hard with industry to ensure that they get the support that they need, and also, crucially, why we are trying to de-escalate the conflict, reopen the Strait of Hormuz to make sure that availability of diesel and indeed fertiliser is improved.
Melanie On.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Chancellor on her statement today. The setting of electricity prices to international gas prices has long been blamed for the erratic nature of our electricity bills. Indeed, it was accepted previously by the party opposite that was going to be the case. But while they complained about it and did nothing, it's this government that is seeking to take action to disconnect those two issues. Can the Chancellor advise when she thinks that families will start to see a benefit from that decoupling of electricity from international gas prices?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Honourable Lady knows what she's talking about, not least because she's the MP for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, but also from her previous career before taking her seat at the last election. There are 2 ways in which people will benefit. First, in the short term, through the higher electricity generators levy. We've increased that rate from 45% to 55%. That will bring in money this year that can help us as a government to relieve some of that pressure on families and businesses, but then using that higher levy to negotiate the contracts for differences at a good price for bill payers and taxpayers, so that we get rid of that volatility. And I'm confident in the months ahead, whilst we have the higher electricity generators levy in place, that we'll be able to negotiate those new contracts and reduce that volatility. And crucially, this reduction in volatility will benefit both households and businesses.
Sir Julian Lewis.
May I welcome the couple of positive references the Chancellor made a little while ago to civil nuclear power. Given that we have in this country Rolls-Royce, a world-leading specialist in the design and construction of small modular mobile nuclear reactors, what plans does the government have to support this particular sector so that we are less dependent on the whims of Iranian dictators in the future?
Thank the honourable gentleman for that question. I was really pleased last week to sign with Rolls-Royce the contract for the first fleet of small modular reactors in the UK. They'll be located in Anglesey, but it will create jobs for people from Derby to Warrington to Manchester and Sheffield, and of course in North Wales and Anglesey itself. We are also working with Rolls-Royce as they look to secure contracts overseas, as they already have with Czechia, creating more good jobs here in Britain for this exciting new technology, which will also have the benefit of secure, homegrown energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because of the action of this government, rural communities in Norfolk received the highest payment of support for heating oil, with over £3 million in the whole of England. But there is a huge concern we have that over 60% of the applications that have gone in have not been completed by the Conservative-run council locally. So can I ask what the Chancellor's action will be to ensure that Norfolk County Council get these payments into the pockets of my constituents?
I'm sorry to hear that the Conservative Council in North Norfolk have not completed 60% of the applications for help with heating oil. The government made more than £50 million available and targeted at those places like North Norfolk and my honourable friends' constituents that need it the most. And I'm very happy to follow up with the Council, South Norfolk, I'm very happy to follow up with the Council to make sure that people are getting the support that they need.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm relieved that the government is now committed to breaking...
Do you think we can live without an unseemly exchange over the dispatch box? I would like to be able to hear the question of the honourable member, and I'm sure the Chancellor might also like to hear it so she can respond. Carla Denyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am relieved that the government is now committed to breaking the price link between expensive gas and cheap renewables. But given that the proposed solution is voluntary for electricity generators, how will the Chancellor ensure that the proposals that she and the Secretary of State for Energy and Net Zero are putting forward actually deliver substantially lower bills? And if I send them to her office, will she consider the proposals from the think tank Commonwealth for a mandated, not optional, fixed price model to ensure that bill payers aren't left at the mercy of volatile international fossil fuel markets?
So, as I set out in my statement today, we are delinking gas and electricity prices. As the Honourable Lady said, that is the right policy. And we will achieve it through the increase in the electricity generators levy. By increasing it to 45% to 55%, we're providing a very strong incentive for companies who still get market prices to move on to contracts for difference to avoid the electricity generators levy. And if they don't go on to a contract for difference, they'll continue to pay the electricity generators levy, which are extended today, and we can use that money to help people with their prices. But the Honourable Lady's commitment to lower prices and more secure supply would be a bit more credible if they didn't oppose new nuclear and if they didn't oppose the Planning Act, which actually is going to make it easier to build the infrastructure investment in renewables and clean energy that we desperately need to lower bills and to get ourselves off fossil fuels.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chancellor for her statement and the work that she and the Energy Secretary have done in this regard. The focus upon renewables and the decoupling of gas electricity is most welcome. But could I just point out one of the problems that we've inherited the party opposite, who've got the gall to complain about the high cost to businesses and households, that we are heading towards curtailment fees in 2030 of around about £6 billion per annum. And I wonder whether she'd be kind enough to meet with myself and the Honourable Member for Camborne and Redruth to discuss some of the technological options that are available to us to mitigate those searing costs.
I thank my honourable friend for that question and the interest that he has in this really important area. There are a number of things that we are doing on this front. First of all, the Planning Act, which passed through Parliament at the end of last year, despite the opposition of both the Conservatives and the Greens and the indifference of the Liberal Democrats, will enable us to build the infrastructure to get energy from offshore wind to people's homes and people's businesses, as well as investment in battery technology so that we can store energy. But the honourable gentleman will also have seen the announcement, I think, last week, that we're going to enable differential pricing at different times. So, for example, at weekends when demand for energy is lower, to be able to get free electricity in some cases. So these are all some of the things that we're doing to better balance demand and supply on the grid. And I'm very happy to meet with him to discuss further.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is the Chancellor aware that the price of gas in the US is 10% lower than the start of the war, whilst here in the UK it's 30% higher, proving that if you produce what you consume, Chancellor, actually there is a domestic price of gas? So could she have a word in the shell-like ear of the Secretary of State for Energy and tell him to get on and approve the licences at Jackdaw and beyond, including onshore? More gas, more production, lower prices.
Yeah. I think the honourable gentleman just said that he's in favour of fracking. If so, I look forward to campaigning against him on that.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Chancellor for her statement and for the work that she's doing during this globally difficult time. As a proud coastal, naval and defence city, Portsmouth understands that economic, national and climate security are inseparable, from household bills to flood resilience and defence jobs. So will the Chancellor reassure families and businesses in my constituency that today's actions such as decoupling will protect them from rising costs, support the jobs so vital to our city, but also ensure we have a city for future generations?
I thank my honourable friend for that question and for standing up for her constituents in Portsmouth. The purpose of decoupling gas and electricity prices is to reduce the volatility. And we all know from our constituencies how much particularly lower income families and pensioners struggle with the volatility in gas and electricity prices, because it is an essential and you need it for everyday use. And so decoupling will smooth out some of that volatility in the price of energy, giving greater certainty to families, pensioners and also businesses who all have to contend with the volatility of the fossil fuel market. That's why we want to move to more contracts for difference, which is what today's policy will achieve.
Dillon.
The Chancellor in her statement outlined a plan for tomorrow, but no help for today. The residents in Newbury, the small businesses, the farmers, want to know how high the Chancellor will allow petrol prices, will allow red diesel, will allow fertiliser to go until she decides to take positive action and reduce the cost of living crisis on those people in the Newbury constituency. How high does it have to go, Chancellor?
I would say to the honourable gentleman that in Newbury and indeed in all of our constituencies, people got £150 off their energy bills in April this year. There are very few countries in the world where energy bills fell in April. In most countries in the world, they are going up. And that was only possible because of the measures that I took in the budget last year. I have extended the 5p cut in fuel duty 2 times already since I became Chancellor. And obviously, we are following what's happening in the Middle East very carefully, looking at the impact on the UK economy, families and businesses, and we'll be ready to respond. But the best way to get bills down and prices at the pumps down is to de-escalate this conflict and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That is the policy of his party, and it's the policy of this government, because that is the best way to help people with the costs of energy.
Tahir Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister was right in not taking part in the war led by Donald Trump and Netanyahu. The Chancellor is right by not doing a knee-jerk reaction to this economic difficulty. However, will the Chancellor keep under active consideration those that are most vulnerable, those that are on benefits and hard-working families who will struggle to pay for food to be put on the table and choosing between energy bills, and if need be, then action be taken immediately?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And when the previous government intervened in the case of an energy price shock, more than a third of the benefit went to the top third of income earners. That makes no sense at all when government resources are stretched and when it only resulted in higher interest rates, higher inflation and higher taxes on the exact same people, which is why we are looking at what targeted action could be taken. And it's also why, at the beginning of this month, the new state pension increased by up to £575, and we got rid of the 2-child limit in universal credit, which will be responsible for lifting almost 500,000 children out of poverty during the course of this Parliament.
Carla Lockhart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, no farmers, no food, no hauliers, empty shelves, no construction, a country that's not moving forward. In Northern Ireland, these 3 industries are now taking to the streets to protest, clear evidence that this government's inaction is pushing them to the brink. So today, will the Chancellor do the right thing and commit to cutting fuel duty, scrapping punitive carbon taxes and properly supporting the industries and sectors that are fundamental to this country's security and stability?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. In Northern Ireland and across the country, people got £150 off their energy bills in April, and of course Northern Ireland was the biggest beneficiary for the support in heating oil, which went disproportionately to Northern Ireland, given the reliance on heating oil in Northern Ireland compared with the rest of the country. The Business Industrial Competitiveness Scheme will reduce business energy costs for 10,000 manufacturing firms from this year, taking up to 25% off their electricity cost. And decoupling will reduce prices for electricity for both businesses and also for households. And when those contracts for difference come in, that will have a direct impact. But in the meantime, the higher electricity generators levy, which is coming in this year, will provide revenue so that the government can help cushion this shock for both businesses and families.
I'm only going to plan to run the statement until 2 o'clock. There are many members still standing, so short questions and perhaps short answers would be very helpful to get as many as possible in. Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor is right. This was not our war, but its impacts are being felt by businesses and families in my constituency of Peterborough. What's almost as shocking as the recent price hike is how exposed our country is because of a decade of underinvestment in nuclear, onshore wind and updating our power networks by the party opposite. So can the Chancellor reassure me that whilst we keep a razor-like focus on the cost of living for families, we will also do our utmost to speed up the development and renewal of our energy networks so we can power this country from our own sources, not just relying on imports?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. This is not our war. We chose not to join it, unlike the parties opposite, the Reform and the Conservatives, who were egging us on to do so. But we do need to become less exposed to global fossil fuel markets, which is why the Planning and Infrastructure Act will enable us to build the energy infrastructure we need, why we have signed off Sizewell C and a fleet of small modular reactors, why we're giving planning permission to solar farms, and why we've ended the effective moratorium on onshore wind, the cheapest form of electricity, to keep prices down for families, businesses and pensioners.
Manira Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor said in her statement, every choice I make will be about keeping costs down for families and businesses. Yet when I speak to small business owners in high streets across my constituency of Twickenham, Teddington and the Hamptons, especially cafe and restaurant owners, they tell me the soaring energy and food prices as a result of war are only compounding the pain they were feeling as a result of her choices to hike up national insurance for employers and doubling, in some cases, their business rates. So could I ask the Chancellor, what action will she take this month, this quarter, to help those businesses stay afloat, not in a year's time, because we need to see them stay open for our communities?
The best thing we could do as a government is keep inflation and interest rates down. Since I became Chancellor, wages have risen faster than prices in every single month, giving people more money to spend, and interest rates have been cut 6 times, which will benefit all of our constituents, but perhaps most of all those in London, where house prices in places like Twickenham are more expensive, putting more money in the pockets of people. The announcement today around the Business Industrial Competitiveness Scheme takes up to 25% of energy bills from this month for 10,000 businesses, and decoupling will help all businesses with their energy costs. The electricity generators levy will bring in money this year, and then the new contracts for difference will reduce volatility and price spikes for all businesses.
Alex Baker.
Speaker, in my constituency I hear from many businesses, small businesses, who are worried about rising energy bills and what that means for their ability to grow and create jobs. So I welcome the measures the Chancellor has outlined today, particularly around decoupling gas and electricity, which will help safeguard my constituents from these international spikes. But everyone in this situation has to play their part. The government is doing their bit. Could the Chancellor set out what conversations she's having with the energy companies themselves on how they can further support businesses with the energy costs at a time of global instability?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I understand that the concerns that families and businesses have around the cost of energy and the risk of second-round effects if that's passed on to other goods and services in the economy. That is why my focus is on keeping interest rates and inflation down for everybody, and also why we're working to de-escalate this conflict. We are also working with energy companies to ensure that people that are struggling with energy debt, for example, are supported and that people are not taken off of contracts.
Dave Dugan.
Deputy Speaker, I raised with the Chancellor on the 3rd of March during her vacuous spring statement that the war that had just started in the Middle East was going to have an inevitable and immediate consequence on energy prices, and I asked her what she was going to do about it, and she said that she had no plans to do anything about it. And here we are, she comes here today like the coo's tail, talking about fiddling about with contracts for difference next year, while my constituents are currently nearly paying £2 a litre for diesel. And in Ireland, the government introduced €750 million to support farmers, to support hauliers, to support agriculture and fisheries and household energy bills. If she was to do the same thing, it would be £8 billion. Where's the £8 billion for our communities, Chancellor?
In the last 2 weeks, we've announced up to 25% off energy bills for 10,000 manufacturers starting from this month. We have announced today tiebacks, which has been welcomed by OE UK to exploit more of our energy resource in the North Sea. And we've announced an increase in the electricity generators levy to bring in money to help with the costs of energy. We are one of the few countries in the world where energy bills went down in April because of the decisions that I made in my budget. And since I became Chancellor, wages have risen by more than prices in every single month, and interest rates have been cut 6 times. That is the difference that we are making. It would be nice if the SNP used the record funding we've given them to cut NHS waiting lists rather than seeing them rise and rise.
Talk Crichton.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Chancellor for her statement and her nimble response to the energy shock, including support for heating oil consumers who make up half the households in Hill and Year. Of course, the future of energy security is not an either-or. We must pursue renewables with a community share in the wealth of wind, and we must use the tiebacks she detailed to fully exploit existing licences in the North Sea. Can I ask the Chancellor to encourage other ministers to match her commitment by hastening the review of Jackdaw and Rosebank, not just to ensure energy security, but to send a message to workers that we are with them in the North Sea and the wild Atlantic for years to come?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he's absolutely right that we need a balanced energy policy. Some parties oppose renewables, some parties oppose nuclear, some parties oppose oil and any oil and gas. The Labour Party, this government, has a balanced energy policy, investing in new nuclear, small modular reactors and Sizewell C, investing in renewables, solar, onshore and offshore wind, and yes, ensuring that there is a bright future for North Sea oil and gas. That's why today we set out our policy and more detail on tiebacks, and it's why in the not too distant future the Energy Secretary, in a quasi-judicial way, will make a decision on Jackdaw and Rosebank after the courts quashed the decision of the previous government.
Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We welcome the government announcement to cut the link between wholesale gas and electricity prices, helping to shield families across the UK from volatile fossil fuel prices, and using the very measure that Liberal Democrats proposed over a year ago. But it's now time to go further and faster to fix a broken energy market that sees households and businesses not having cheaper energy bills when powered by solar and wind, and even having to pay on their energy bills to turn off windfall farms in British waters. I've written to the Chancellor and the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, and will she meet with me to discuss our proposals to accelerate reforms, bring down energy bills and secure our energy supply? Thank you.
Well, I agree with the Honourable Lady around decoupling, and that is why we're using an increase in the electricity generators levy to bring in money immediately, but to incentivise companies to move on to contracts for difference. And in terms of having to pay when the solar and the wind can't be used, it would be a little bit more plausible if the Liberal Democrats hadn't have sat on their hands during the planning and infrastructure bill, which will actually enable the energy infrastructure to be built that will bring electricity to people's homes, lower people's bills and give us the energy security that we want to see.
Herman.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, now the Chancellor will know that Auto Trader announced last week that for the first time the average cost of a new electric vehicle has fallen below the average cost of a new petrol vehicle. There's never been a better time to switch to EVs. Can the Chancellor elaborate on how these targeted announcements and some of the changes she's making today will support the switch to electric vehicles?
It's a really good point from my honourable friend. So a couple of things that we're doing today to make it more cost-effective to get an electric vehicle. First of all, the decoupling of gas and electricity prices will mean that electricity prices are not going to be set by high gas prices, which reduces the costs of filling up with electricity in an electric vehicle. But we're also making it easier for people to install electric vehicle charge points, including on their streets and in their homes, and things like making solar panels more available, including in high street shops, to enable people to benefit from that cheap electricity, which they can use to power their homes and their cars.
Robert Jenrick.
Kevin Brewer is a domiciliary care worker from Northern Ireland. He says he loves his job, but he drives 70 miles every day. And he told the BBC this week that for the first time he considered phoning in and saying that he couldn't do his job. In the end, he decided to put the cost of the fuel on his credit card. Chancellor, people are suffering across the country. Can I invite her to come on Monday to meet people like Kevin at the National Fuel Tax protest on Whitehall, where motorists, white van men and women, care workers and many others from across the United Kingdom will come together to ask her to take action now to cut VAT on fuel and to say she will not increase fuel duty in September.
Yeah.
Fuel duty today has never been lower than it was in the 14 years when he was a Conservative Member of Parliament. As I have said on numerous occasions, we are keeping under review fuel duty, but the best way to reduce the costs for people who are reliant on their cars is to de-escalate this conflict, which is the exact opposite policy of Reform UK, who wanted to join in this conflict and who said when the conflict started that we should stand with America. Well, I do not agree that we should be standing with America. We should be standing for our own country and families and businesses in our country.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is important that we look at long-term measures like decoupling gas and electricity prices, because we know previous temporary measures haven't stopped our exposure to these shocks, leading to further insecurity for residents and businesses. So can the Chancellor say how quickly households and businesses like textile manufacturers in Huddersfield will benefit from this new pricing model? And can she say a little bit more about accelerating vital grid infrastructure? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for raising concerns of people in Huddersfield. Well, from this month, we are helping 10,000 manufacturing businesses in the industrial strategy sectors with the cost of electricity, reducing it by up to 25%. And today, we've announced that we are increasing the electricity generators levy, which will bring in more money for the Exchequer, which we can use to help people with the costs of this war, a war that we did not start, but where, of course, people in Huddersfield, Leeds and around the country are feeling the consequences of.
Stefan Corone.
On heating oil, members of her Treasury team have been keen to point out that the small amount of funding, about £35 a household equivalent, was just the first step. Can she outline when the next step will come to support houses that are dependent on heating oil?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. We were pleased to be able to announce tens of millions of pounds to help people with the cost of heating oil, in the same way in which we brought down gas and electricity bills for families and pensioners across the UK because of my budget decisions last year. I think it is really important that local authorities now make sure that that money is available to people. We heard from South Norfolk, for example, earlier that 60% of applications have not been processed. We need to make sure that that money gets to the people who need it. And of course, as I said, we'll keep under review additional support. But the best way, and his party agrees with this, to bring down bills for families, businesses and pensioners is to de-escalate this conflict and reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is why our diplomatic policy is so important here.
John Whitby.
Madam Deputy Speaker, according to modelling from NISO, gas will still set the price of electricity 30% of the time by 2030, despite most of the energy being produced from renewables. Solar and wind are now far cheaper than other forms of energy, and it's right that households across the UK and Derbyshire Dales in particular are able to benefit from these lower prices. Can the Chancellor therefore outline what steps she's taking to decouple the price of renewables from the price of gas and to drive down energy prices for homes in Derbyshire Dales?
This is the second energy price shock caused by a lack of availability of oil and gas in just 4 years. And what it shows is that we do need to invest more in homegrown energy to ensure security of supply and also of price to help people in Derbyshire Dales and right across the country. And that is why we are increasing the electricity generators levy, using that money to help people now, but crucially as an incentive to get electricity providers onto contracts for difference so that we don't have to pay more for electricity just because the price of gas is high.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor said that we did not start this war and we haven't joined this war. And the reason for that is because this war is illegal. Iran never posed an imminent threat. Pakistan are taking valiant steps to negotiate a deal which led to Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz. But unfortunately and absurdly, you got Donald Trump, which is blocking the Strait of Hormuz, causing a major economic crisis for everyone. Welcome the 5% cut in fuel duty and the £150 reduction in energy bills. But the reality is that's having insignificant impact on families, especially vulnerable families. So what steps, imminent steps, is the Chancellor going to take to help and shield them?
Well, I'd like to join the honourable gentleman in paying tribute to the work that Pakistan is doing to de-escalate this conflict by hosting peace talks. I expect that all members in the House would urge all parties to return to those negotiations as quickly as possible so that we can end the bloodshed, but also ensure that bills come back down for families and the price at the pumps. We're already taking action reducing household energy bills through the help with heating oil, and today's announcements on decoupling, on tiebacks, and last week's announcement on reducing business energy costs through the BICS scheme are all things that we are doing to help families and businesses now with the cost of electricity.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Chancellor agree that economic security, energy security and national security all go hand in hand, which is why homegrown, lower carbon power that we control is so important? And can she tell us more about how small modular reactors being delivered by Rolls-Royce, backed by this Labour government, will play its part in delivering that power, security and good British jobs?
Well, it was great to meet with Rolls-Royce apprentices just last week in Downing Street with my honourable friend to see what difference this government's investment through the National Wealth Fund in small modular reactors will make, creating good jobs, paying decent wages, export opportunities from this new technology and, crucially, giving us that energy security, both on supply and price, that investment in nuclear will provide.
Final question, Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, just so the Chancellor is aware, my constituents in Lagan Valley did not get £150 off their electricity bill. And I'm sure the Chancellor knows that that's because Northern Ireland is not in the same electricity market as the rest of the UK. But actually, even if you add the numbers together that we received through Barnett's, they do not total £150. So we hope that that lack of knowledge does not reflect the importance of Northern Ireland when this government comes to tackling the cost of living crisis. And when will you meet with my colleagues in the Northern Ireland Executive to discuss how to help us throughout this crisis?
So Northern Ireland benefited from the consequentials from that policy, with the money going to the Northern Ireland Executive, because, as you say, they're on a different electricity market. But at the same time, we listened carefully to what MPs and members of the Northern Ireland Executive said around Northern Ireland's exposure to heating oil. And that's why, when we made that support available, we did it through local authorities and locally, rather than a national scheme, recognising the higher exposure to heating oil in Northern Ireland than anywhere else in the country.
Point of order, Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I seek your guidance in what I believe is truly a genuine point of order as to how Parliament and the public should understand the terminology in Erskine May about inadvertently misleading the House. Yesterday, my honourable friend for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk pointed out that, and I quote, "The Prime Minister has said various things about Peter Mandelson's vetting process that have now turned out not to be true." And he asked, does he accept that he inadvertently misled the House of Commons? The Prime Minister replied, "No, I did not mislead the House of Commons," before arguing that other information that had been withheld from him had led to this situation. Now, my understanding is that giving the House wrong information, but in good faith, is precisely what is meant by inadvertently misleading the House. But the Prime Minister doesn't seem to understand that, and the Foreign Secretary, whom I asked a similar question to a bit earlier this morning, doesn't seem to understand that. So is it me that is misunderstanding the meaning of the term to inadvertently mislead the House?
Can I thank the Right Honourable Member for his point of order and for having provided notice of it. Whilst ministers themselves are responsible for the accuracy of their remarks at the dispatch box, as Chair, I am very clear this is of the utmost importance and ministers must take their responsibilities to this House seriously. If the Right Honourable Member requires further advice on what may or may not constitute this House being inadvertently misled, I would suggest he follow up on the specific concerns with the Clerk of the Journals in the first instance. Point of order, Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, unfortunately the Chancellor's away, and the Chancellor did give a response to the Honourable Lady for Lagan Valley, but we have some concern, as I expressed to you when I went to the Chair just about 15-20 minutes ago in relation to what the Chancellor said. She referred to the £150, and we would be aware in Northern Ireland the £150 we think is not there, and that's our assumption. I also cast the mind back to when the Prime Minister was here Monday week ago, and he referred to the home heating oil that was given to Northern Ireland, and he would consider more. Today, we hope that the announcement was been made would ensure that those in Northern Ireland will be getting extra help. Quite clearly, it's not. I'm not here to catch the Chancellor out. It's not about that. It's about getting accuracy when it comes to responses and getting honesty in the replies. What can I do, or what can we do on this side of the House to ensure that the Chancellor can correct the record?
Can I thank the honourable member for his point of order and for having given me some notice of it. I think it's very important, and he'll have heard the earlier responses, that the Chair is not responsible for ministerial answers, but ministers should be taking their responsibilities to make sure those answers are correct very seriously. I note that there are representatives of the Treasury bench still sat there. I'm sure the message will be passed back to the Chancellor, but he will have also heard her response to the honourable member for Lagan Valley. I don't intend to continue this debate via the Chair. Point of order, Carla Lockhart.
Thank you. Further to my honourable colleague's point of order, in response to my question, and I believe it is important to set the record straight, the Chancellor suggested that households in Northern Ireland got £150 off their energy bills in April. That is factually wrong and somewhat misleading, and I believe it is important that the record is set straight, because households in Northern Ireland will not see £150 off their bills like those in GB. The money which was received as a result of the Barnett consequential is still sitting in Sinn Féin's Economy Minister's departmental purse, unspent, and no forthcoming plans, and a refusal to engage with the Treasury to actually get the money spent. So I think not only do we need the record set straight, but we also need a plan to get the money to our constituents who are hard pressed. I wonder, will she advise me on how I can progress this matter?
Have heard my earlier responses. She most certainly has now put the matter firmly on the record. As I've said, the Chair is not responsible for ministerial answers, but I'm sure the Treasury bench has heard her and other points of orders loud and clear this afternoon. Which brings us to the 10-minute rule motion. Melanie On.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to prohibit the use of road surfacing materials which generate in-vehicle noise levels above a specified maximum. To require the resurfacing of existing roads, I thought people were very keen on my road resurfacing there, of existing roads which generate in-vehicle noise above that maximum and for connected purposes. In Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, everybody knows the A180. It's the road that carries people to work, to school, to hospital appointments, to our ports and back home again. It's the road that all visitors, loved ones and hopeful away fans have to take on their way into our towns. It is a road of huge economic importance. It supports industry, freight and trade, and it connects our communities to the rest of the country. Sadly, this main artery that supports life in our town is known locally for an entirely different reason, and that is noise. And it's not a minor irritation, it's not a bit of a background hum that drivers should simply learn to live with. It's a serious quality of life issue, a road safety issue, a public health concern, and increasingly a question of whether we're prepared to accept outdated standards on roads that thousands of people rely on. The A180 opened in 1983 as an extension to the M180. At the time, it was described as the noisiest road in the United Kingdom, and more than 40 years on, the same continues to be true. The problem has not gone away. Large sections of England's strategic road network were built with concrete in the 1960s and the 1970s. And according to National Highways England, there are around 400 miles of concrete roads on the network, which is about 4% of England's motorways and major A roads. Those roads are now nearing the end of their working lives. National Highways have themselves accepted that replacing them with modern road surfaces improves ride quality and reduces noise. And I welcome its Concrete Roads programme as a long-term plan to replace existing concrete roads with modern roads built to current standards. The A180 is exactly the kind of road that demonstrates why this programme must be delivered at top speed and why noise must be treated as a core design standard and not as an afterthought. For well over a decade, my honourable friend for Brigg and Immingham and I have presented the issues of the A180 to a variety of transport ministers, issues I believe they only truly understand following a trip on the road itself. Indeed, through conversation, it often becomes apparent that those ministers have been on the road in order to go to the football at Blundell Park or to visit family, and they remember that road. They recall the conversations that they had, or at least that they tried to have, at the time about just how noisy it was. I'm pleased that we are now beginning to see the fruits of our labours, and I welcome the steps that ministers have taken since the general election to address some of the issues, because last month we saw the announcement of a £27 billion investment to fix England's ageing roads, including a full reconstruction of parts of the A180 and the M180. The works funded through the RIS3 allocation round will entail a full reconstruction of the A180 from Brocklesby Interchange to Barnaby Interchange. And while this is long overdue and welcomed as an intervention, the case of the A180 shows that investment alone is not enough unless noise is explicitly part of the standard we expect our roads to meet. In July 2025, following conversations I had with National Highways to push this issue, a close proximity road surface noise survey was carried out on the A180 between Stallingborough and Grimsby. That survey found tyre road noise levels on the concrete sections generally in the range of 106 to 108 decibels. While this is an external road surface measurement rather than a measurement taken inside the vehicle, I'd encourage National Highways to carry out a comparable in-vehicle study. It gives us a very clear sense of what motorists are up against. And to make that tangible, 106 to 108 decibels is in the same broad range as very loud machinery, a nightclub or a chainsaw. In the United Kingdom, the Health and Safety Executive says that employers must assess risk at 80 decibels, provide hearing protection at 85 decibels, and that exposure above 87 decibels must not be exceeded after hearing protection is taken into account. Drivers on the A180 for up to an hour a day are sitting in an enclosed environment, the equivalent of a pneumatic drill. It's so loud that you can no longer hear anything within the vehicle, causing people then to unwittingly add to it by turning up their radio, or drivers and passengers having to shout to be heard despite sitting right next to each other. We have clear rules and protections for prolonged noise exposure in many workplaces, because we understand that repeated exposure can damage hearing.
Honourable members have turned up in their droves to listen to the Honourable Lady's 10-minute rule bill. They might have the courtesy to listen quietly whilst we're hearing about road noise on the A180. Melanie on.
Appreciate it, thank you. I think maybe we all need some ear defenders in this place once in a while. We have clear rules and protections for prolonged noise exposure in many workplaces, because we understand that repeated exposure can damage hearing and affect health. Yet for people who drive for a living, delivery drivers, HGV, logistics drivers, for road workers, for those who use this route day in and day out, we still do not properly factor road surface noise into the basic fitness of the road itself. The outcomes of repeated and prolonged exposure to loud noise are things like tinnitus, a continuous tonal ringing in the ears, ranges of hearing loss, or increased sensitivity to noise known as hyperacusis. The damage is almost always irreversible and cumulative. The HSE does recommend that employers seek to mitigate noise exposure where possible, and if it's not possible to provide ear protection, of course it's not possible inside a vehicle when all senses are required to be fully functioning in order to drive safely. With no mitigations that individuals or employers can take, the solution lies in the appropriate surfacing of the road. Clearly, the Government and Highways England recognise that these outdated concrete surfaces are not fit for purpose and have a range of other problems. Addressing the remaining concrete surface roads must not be allowed to slip down the priority list. Additionally, the experiences of hundreds of thousands of drivers using the A180 over the years should serve as a case study in all future road planning to ensure that noise levels, not just for the surrounding area but for the journey maker too, is part of the assessment of suitability. Because the basic principle behind my bill is very simple. Road surfaces should be judged not only on whether they remain structurally passable, but on whether they are fit for modern use. That means safer, that means smoother, and yes, that means quieter too. This bill would create a framework for setting a maximum acceptable noise level for road surfaces. It would prevent the continued use of surfacing materials that breach that standard, and it would require existing roads that exceed it to be resurfaced. And in doing so, it would finally put road noise where it belongs, at the heart of how we define a fit-for-purpose road. Communities that contribute so much to our economy through our ports, our energy sector and our industry should not have to put up with a road that is famous not for being a gateway for growth, but for the deafening racket it creates every time people drive on it. I say to all relevant stakeholders, I welcome the direction of travel and the investment already being made, but on the A180 and on roads like it, there is still a long road ahead. I hope the Government will work with National Highways, with me and with affected communities to address the issues this bill presents and to ensure that the roads people depend on are not only open but safe, modern and quiet enough to meet the standards motorists deserve. And I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Sarah Russell, Lee Pitcher, Martin Vickers, Joe Platt and myself.
Melanie On.
Road Surfacers Maximum Noise Levels Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 1st of May.
Friday the 1st of May.
From benches changing over. Before we come to today's emergency debate, I remind the House, as I did yesterday, of the rules relating to accusations against individual members. While certain criticisms may be made about government collectively, Erskine May, paragraph 21.24, makes clear that any accusations against individual members about lying or misleading the House may only be made on the substantive motion drawn in the proper terms. Today's debate is on a neutral motion that the House has considered the specific matter. It is not a substantive motion. I encourage all members to engage in respectful debate as our constituents would exist. We now come to the emergency debate. I call the Leader of the Opposition, Ken Reynolds.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House has considered the matter of the Government's accountability to the House in connection to the appointment of Peter Mandelson. And can I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this important debate. The Prime Minister personally decided to appoint a serious, known national security risk to our most sensitive diplomatic post. Peter Mandelson was not just a man who had already been sacked twice from government for lying, not just a man who had a public relationship with a convicted paedophile, but a man with links to the Kremlin and China, links so close that they were raised as red flags with the Prime Minister before his appointment. Yesterday, the Prime Minister did not deny that he knew about these links before he appointed Mandelson. He could not deny this because, by his own admission, he had seen the documents that proved the links. I cannot overstate how serious a matter this is. The Prime Minister sent a known security risk to Washington, to a position where he would see our most important allies' top secret intelligence. What if he had seen something and leaked it to one of our enemies? How much would that have damaged our security partnership? We cannot even be sure that didn't happen. What is most extraordinary is the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson before vetting was complete. He did this despite a letter from the then Cabinet Secretary, Lord Case, clearly clearly expressing to the Prime Minister that the process required security vetting to be done before the appointment. So how can he then have claimed on the floor of this House that the process was followed when he knew that it had not been? He mentioned the word process, Mr. Speaker, more than 100 times in Parliament yesterday, but he was the one who didn't follow that process. Yes. This morning, we have heard the bombshell testimony of the former Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, Sir Ollie Robbins. Sir Ollie Robbins had a long and distinguished career serving ministers. He is not the sort of person to give us a frank personal account of how things played out last January. So when he told us today that Downing Street put the Foreign Office under constant pressure to clear Peter Mandelson, that Number 10 showed a dismissive approach to Mandelson's vetting process, when he told us that it would have been very difficult indeed to deny clearance and that doing so would have damaged US-UK relationships, we know he is giving us the slightest indication of how bad things were. That there was actually an overwhelming drive from the Prime Minister's office to ensure Peter Mandelson was installed as ambassador. He has told us that Number 10 showed no interest in the vetting, no desire to wait and ensure due process was followed. In fact, the Cabinet Office even questioned the need for Peter Mandelson to be vetted at all. The same Cabinet Office that had discovered Mandelson's links to Epstein, China and Russia in its due diligence. The Cabinet Office which the Minister is in charge of right now. Instead, Mr. Speaker, according to Robbins, the focus was on getting Mandelson out to Washington quickly. And before the vetting even started, Peter Mandelson had already been granted access to, and I quote, highly classified briefing on a case-by-case basis. This is what the Prime Minister calls full due process. Now, yes, I will give way.
Also in the testimony today, did she not find it astonishing that the ex-leader of the Foreign Office said that he was made to understand that before they had completed their clearances, that Mandelson already had strap clearance, which gives him access to the most secure and most dangerous information held by government?
Can I thank my right honourable friend for that intervention? He is absolutely right. It is extraordinary. It is shocking. Now, the Prime Minister might have refused to answer my question around his knowledge of Mandelson's links to the Russian defence company Sistema yesterday, but that is only because he knows we know the answer. It was there in the due diligence. His choice of ambassador, retaining an interest in a Russian company linked to Vladimir Putin after the invasion of Crimea. And the Prime Minister's response to seeing that information? According to Robbins, constant pressure on the Foreign Office to get the appointment done. The Prime Minister, as my right honourable friend has just mentioned, placed top-secret intelligence in the hands of a man he knew to be a national security risk. He did so before the official security vetting, not just knowingly, but deliberately, and to an extent that left a senior civil servant with a distinguished career under the clear and obvious impression that the vetting must return only one possible outcome, that Peter Mandelson was appointed. None of this was following full due process, by the letter or the spirit of that phrase. This is no longer just about what the Prime Minister was or wasn't told. This is about what he did before the vetting process had even started. Yes. And we now know that Mandelson wasn't a one-off. According to Sir Ollie Robbins, Number 10 also asked for the disgraced Matthew Doyle, the Prime Minister's then Director of Communications, to be made an ambassador. Astonishingly, the Prime Minister's office even told Robbins to keep this request a secret from the Foreign Secretary. The idea that it is Number 10 who are the victims of others not following due process is quite frankly laughable. The Prime Minister told Parliament yesterday that it was staggering that Ollie Robbins had not shared the recommendations of the UK security vetting with the then Cabinet Secretary, Chris Wormald. But today, we learned from Robbins that he had never seen the original vetting file. So if the Prime Minister is furious that Sir Ollie Robbins did not share the vetting details with him or the former Cabinet Secretary, why is he not furious with the Cabinet Office for not sharing it? Put simply, why exactly did he sack Ollie Robbins? It is no surprise the Prime Minister is not here today. These are difficult questions. He cannot claim not to have known about the risk Mandelson posed because he saw the due diligence that disclosed it, as he said yesterday. I still find it inconceivable that despite that failure of vetting being a front-page news story, no one in Number 10 was aware of it. He cannot deny that his decision put Britain at risk, and the British public deserve to know how this failure happened, and they deserve to hear it from the Prime Minister himself. Yesterday, he had the chance to set the record straight, but members on all sides, and no doubt the public, were left wholly unsatisfied with the answers he gave. I am sure they will share my deep disappointment that the Prime Minister has chosen not to be here today. There remain serious questions about the decisions he took over the appointment of Peter Mandelson, but the Prime Minister does not want to answer any more questions today, and so in typical fashion, he has thrown someone else under the bus. So I feel for the Minister sent out as a human shield for the Prime Minister. It's not this Minister who made the Mandelson appointment. That was above his pay grade. He cannot tell us what the Prime Minister was thinking when he made those decisions, and he will not be able to provide this House with the answers it deserves to hear. But this is simply what the Prime Minister does. Sue Gray, Matthew Doyle, Morgan McSweeney, Chris Wormold, Ollie Robbins, Peter Mandelson. These appointments were the Prime Minister's decision, people the Prime Minister chose to appoint, and all people he then chose to sack. Are we meant to believe that all these people are the problem rather than the Prime Minister's judgment? As usual, his explanations yesterday left us with even more questions than answers. He says that he was justified in appointing Mandelson before vetting because of advice he received from the then Cabinet Secretary, Chris Wormold. But how can this make sense when that advice only came after the scandal had erupted? Post hoc advice is pointless. Soon after this, he then sacked Chris Wormold. So why is the Prime Minister now relying on the evidence of the very man he told us was doing so badly in the job that he sacked him? But let's move on to the Prime Minister's claim that no one in Number 10 was aware that Mandelson had failed his vetting. Because enough people in Whitehall knew, enough people knew for journalists from The Independent, The Mail and Sky News to find out. Journalists have released texts with the Prime Minister's Director of Communications where they made Number 10 aware of this fact. He did not deny this story was true. Why not? Something simply doesn't add up. Despite this, the Prime Minister went on to assure this House, to assure the public, that Mandelson's appointment was down to a failure of vetting. I cannot fathom how the Prime Minister can still claim not to have misled the House on this point. It is telling that when given the opportunity to apologise for misleading the House, even inadvertently, by my honourable friend for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk yesterday, he chose not to. I suspect that he chose not to because he knows that if he did, he would be bound by his own words, bound by the standards to which he held previous Prime Ministers from this very dispatch box. In 2022, he said that if the Prime Minister misleads the House, he must resign. Either he is a man of his word, or he thinks there is one rule for him and another for everyone else. Mr. Speaker, unbelievably, half of the permanent secretaries who were in post when Labour took office less than 2 years ago have gone. The sacking of senior civil servants to carry the can for the Prime Minister's failures has already cost taxpayers more than £1.5 million in payouts. This is before Sir Ollie Robbins. It is quite something for the former Cabinet Secretary, Lord O'Donnell, to warn that the Prime Minister Minister has created one of the worst crises in relations between ministers and mandarins of modern times. He said that the sacking of Sir Ollie Robbins risks having a serious and sustained chilling effect on serving and prospective civil servants. Another former Cabinet Secretary, Lord Butler, has said the Prime Minister put Sir Ollie in an impossible position.
Yeah, he did.
These are serious people who are calling out the Prime Minister's behaviour. The former head of Propriety and Ethics and deputy to the Cabinet Secretary, Helen McNamara, has called the decision to sack Robbins unacceptable. She said that if they had published the papers that Parliament demanded back in February, that's the government, if they'd published that, this argument would be so much easier for everyone because we would all be operating on the same basis, the same facts. She's right. The delay in publishing the information required by the humble address is shocking. Where are the key annotations? Where are the decisions and meeting records? The box returns, as they are called, in Downing Street. Why are crucial forms left blank? These missing documents add to the mystery. Why is the government still trying to cover this up? Yes, I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. She will remember I asked the Prime Minister yesterday in the box note of the 11th of November, where Simon Case recommended that vetting went through before the appointment was made. The Prime Minister's decision note did not include the Prime Minister's decision, and it's been redacted from the conditions of the humble address. Does she think that the answer that has been redacted would show what the Prime Minister was trying to achieve by appointing Peter Mandelson without the appropriate vetting?
Can I thank my honourable friend for that intervention? He is absolutely right. Why were the Prime Minister's words redacted? These are key pieces of information that will help solve this mystery. Much easier for us to see and understand the words which he was giving at the dispatch box. I note that no Labour MPs have intervened on me. This is very unusual. Normally, when I'm standing here in a debate, they're all bobbing left, right and centre. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising these concerns because of the seriousness of the situation the country is now in. With war in Europe, war in the Middle East, a cost of living crisis and a global energy shock, we need a Prime Minister who has a grip on national security. Yet last week, the former Labour Defence Secretary and former NATO Secretary-General, Lord Robertson, warned that the Prime Minister had a corrosive complacency when it comes to defence. This is the same man who wrote the Prime Minister's Strategic Defence Review. He is ringing the alarm bell, warning us of the grave consequences of the government refusing to take the tough choices needed to increase defence spending. This matters because if we cannot trust our Prime Minister to tell the truth about this ambassadorial appointment, the whole, full truth, a key appointment in Britain's national security architecture, it calls into question the assurances he gives us on everything else. His promises to control taxes, which he has broken. His promises not to raise borrowing, which he has broken. Promises to back business, protect our veterans, defend our farmers, and prioritise growth, all of which he has broken. And he has broken them because at his core he is a man with no idea what he believes. Worse still, he appears to have no interest in doing the job of Prime Minister, just in being the Prime Minister. Curiosity is what drives serious leadership. Without curiosity, problems are neither fully understood nor solved. And this whole affair just goes to show why this country is heading in such a woeful direction under the Prime Minister's incurious regime. His defence yesterday summed it up. He says that no one told him and that he never thought to ask. This is, in his own words, incredible. But even if we take the Prime Minister at his word, even if we believe the unbelievable, it is no better. He appointed Mandelson despite knowing that he was a threat to our national security. He said due process was followed, having failed to follow that process himself, and he pressured the Foreign Office into signing off on this appointment. In 2022, the Prime Minister said, "I believe that if you're the leader, the buck stops with you." He said, "I will always stand up for my team, but I will also take responsibility for everything they do." That is what leadership is. How has he taken responsibility? It is clear that the Prime Minister has no intention of facing up to his mistakes. It's clear now that he is not a leader and he has no intention of doing the honourable thing. Yes, I will give way.
I congratulate her on securing this debate and indeed on eviscerating the Prime Minister in her speech. Does she not believe, however, that the sorry souls opposite us should have to put their money where their mouth is and that there should be a vote of no confidence in this Prime Minister in due course?
The Right Honourable Gentleman makes a very good point. I think he is right, because I don't believe the Prime Minister has the intention of doing the honourable thing himself, even though that's the standard to which he held everyone else. The decision, as I said, about whether he will ultimately take responsibility for his actions is now up to Labour MPs. We heard many powerful statements from that side of the House yesterday. Labour MPs know that the Prime Minister has let the country down, he's let Parliament down, and he's also let the Labour Party down. It is clear to everyone, except the Prime Minister himself, that he has failed on his own terms. It is clear to the public that he is failing at the job. It is clear to civil servants that he is throwing them under the bus. And it is clear to members across this House that he is not fit to lead. This cannot go on. This House deserves better. The country deserves better. The Prime Minister is not fit for office. The first duty, Mr. Speaker, of any Prime Minister is to keep this country safe. This Prime Minister has put the country's national security at risk. He must take responsibility. It is time for him to go.
The question is, as on the order paper, John Trickett.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And there are many ways of developing a culture how to run the government in Number 10. I was a witness in the years from the financial crash through to the defeat of the Labour government between 2008 and 2010. And I saw a Prime Minister who would never have come to Parliament or said privately that there were some facts of which he was unaware, because he was a man of detail. He was a man of a large vision, and he's a man who drove the state forward. Now, we may disagree, and I do personally, with some of the decisions he took, but that is a different culture than the one which the two previous Prime Ministers, Truss and our friend who, with his blonde hair, used to offer a culture in Number 10 of the exotic. And we went from the exotic to the toxic. And the fact of the matter is, I did not hear members on the opposite side asking questions about the culture of those two Prime Ministers, though they're here today in great numbers. They contributed to the mess which this country...
Mr Turner, the man is speaking, you just walked right in front. Sorry, John Trickett.
Mr Speaker. So those two Prime Ministers in particular, the chaotic and the exotic, left this country in a disastrous situation. But I do think that a Prime Minister comes to the House and relies, or implies that he relies on a culture of simply a process is mistaken. I think the Gordon Brown model, flawed as it was, will be far better than the one which we've heard of from the Prime Minister. I'm sorry to say that, because I want to support a Labour government that's effective. But that is the case. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the vetting, I saw the decisions, I saw the pressure, I saw the tumult, and I saw Prime Ministers struggling with their party to deliver a different kind of society, a different kind of economy. Now, let me just turn to the present events. What did we learn from Sir Ollie today? I think there are four things which matter. First, that the Security Department had tended to be wanting to refuse the vetting of Mandelson when Sir Ollie first arrived, although others had said we don't need a vetting of any kind. And then, whilst the vetting process was going on, the government proceeded with or appeared to proceed with the appointment of Mandelson. And even the King and the United States administration were told that he would be the ambassador. The British state then conspired to deliver a positive vetting, because that is what they believed the government wanted. And that was expressed in repeated phone calls from the private office in number 10, which I was very familiar with in those years, to Sir Ollie's private office. The pressure, according to the witness we saw this morning, who looked credible, made a very serious case that he was under pressure to proceed. And no, I'm going to make progress. There are many people standing on all sides, and it may well be pleased with some of the things I'm going to say, because I'm going to develop an argument and I want to proceed with it. The question which I haven't heard answered is, why was it that a group of people in number 10, and possibly the Prime Minister as well, felt that that level of pressure should be placed on the Foreign Office in favour of appointing Mandelson? And I think there are two possible answers, but let me focus on one. I think that the political unit in number 10, and possibly the Prime Minister too, wanted Mandelson because he was their close political ally and because he was plugged into a vast international network of what we might call the billionaire class. The truth is that much of the nectars of wealth which Mandelson was plugging into, and so was the President, by the way, was centred around Epstein. And let me just pause in my narrative for a second. None of this debate, none of these facts would emerge were it not for the courage and bravery and resistance of the women who had been treated so appallingly on Epstein Island. But getting Mandelson into Washington as part of that network was the highest priority. A political network of highly reimbursed billionaires, frankly. All of this leaves a bad taste. The government had promised change to the people, but the change which they saw in the end was further to accelerate the integration of the British state and government into the networks of the richest people. But people in our country, certainly in my constituency, didn't vote for that. They wanted a change for their ordinary lives, a better NHS, cost of living improvements and so on and so forth. Well, we've got a long way to go to deliver that, but we did deliver a disaster with the appointment of Mandelson. I've raised the question of unemployment 4 times in recent months. Growing unemployment in our area. It's hard to see how the time which was spent by the government ingratiating ourselves to Washington would really help the unemployed and the poor. And just think about Mandelson's business involvement with Russia and China. So obnoxious is China supposed to be? I think I'm right in saying that this building has spanned all Chinese-based networks, as though these are the agencies of an enemy state. How could it be that Mandelson's links were seen to be of such a low risk? And when it comes to Russia, this House has spent literally hours discussing the appalling behaviour of Putin and Russia in relation to the east of Europe. All of these should have counted against Mandelson, but they were weighed in the balance and they counted less than the opportunity which Mandelson presumably offered as his access to a network of people, which included the President. So let me I want to be very quick. I've made a case. I'm going to just make one final point. Mandelson had played a key role in a faction which sought to change the strategic direction of our party, of the Labour Party and of the government. The truth is, they wanted to change the Labour Party into something it never was. I will do, but very briefly.
I thank the member for giving way. I thank the member for giving way, and he's making an excellent and very important speech. On the point about Labour Together, is he aware that most of the supporters, and indeed, as I understand it, the bankrollers of Labour Together, had nothing whatsoever to do with the traditions of the Labour movement? It was merely using a name in order to try and change the nature of the Labour Party away from its traditional socialist objectives.
Well, I have had a debate previously on Labour Together, so I'll leave the comments which my right friend has made to stand for themselves. This was a faction which sought to change the Labour Party in something it never was. And if we continue down the path which has been chosen, I fear that we are in a downward spiral from which we will not escape.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by reflecting on something I feel, I'm sure many members across the House feel, and what our constituents certainly feel, and that is how utterly depressing it is that we're having to have this debate at all. Just a few years after we went through all this under Boris Johnson and the Conservatives, and less than 2 years after the British people voted them out of office for indulging in this sort of chaos and distraction, here we are again. Vladimir Putin is waging war on our continent. Donald Trump is waging war with Iran. We desperately need to strengthen our own national defences. Families and businesses are struggling against the cost of living crisis. Petrol prices have soared, and people are really worried about what Trump's war will mean for their holidays this summer and their energy and food bills this winter. And our NHS is still in crisis. We all have constituents who are waiting weeks to see a GP, people who are dying on corridors in our hospitals, loved ones who aren't getting the care they need. We should be talking about them today. Theirs are the problem the government should be focused on every single day. This is what they promised after all. In their manifesto, they said that the problems in our country are, and I quote, a direct result of a governing party that time and again puts its own interests above the issues that affect families. They promised to change that, but here we are again. Instead of fixing the NHS and social care, instead of properly funding our defence, instead of cutting prices at the pump, here we are having to ask why the Prime Minister appointed the close friend of a notorious paedophile sex trafficker to one of the most important and sensitive jobs in this government. Peter Mandelson, whose relationship with Jeffrey Epstein had been well reported and highlighted to the Prime Minister, who had already been forced to resign in disgrace twice from the previous Labour governments, and who we now know was deemed a national security risk by the government's vetting agency. And so we do, sadly, have to ask, why did the Prime Minister do this? Why did he appoint Mandelson? Why did he announce the appointment before the national security had been done, despite the then Cabinet Secretary Simon Case having told him that should happen first? And why was he so determined to get Mandelson in post that he created, as Ollie Robbins described it this morning, an atmosphere of pressure and a certain dismissiveness about the developed vetting process? A vetting process the Prime Minister had since blamed for his mistakes. And even after all this, even after yesterday's statement, the Prime Minister still hasn't told us why he appointed Mandelson. He admitted that appointing Mandelson was a mistake, and he's apologised for it. He's tried to make the rest about process and officials. But he still hasn't answered the fundamental question, why? But I think we know a big part of the answer, don't we? Donald Trump. This all comes back to the way the Prime Minister decided to approach his relationship with the President when he came back to office last year. Our party urged the Prime Minister to stand up to Trump, to stand together with our allies, to approach him from a position of strength, not weakness. But he chose the opposite course. He decided to try and appease Trump, to flatter Trump, to stroke Trump's ego and hope he'd be nice to us in return. And clearly, he thought Peter Mandelson was the man for that job. So that is it. The decision to try and curry favour with Trump instead of standing up to him. That is the original sin that has landed the Prime Minister and his government in the mess they are in today. And has it worked? Absolutely not.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Yesterday I asked the Prime Minister about Peter Mandelson's security vetting condition and his visiting of previous clients, which required him to be accompanied when he visited previous clients. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we need to find out whether this lack of having accompaniment to visiting Palantir in Washington with the Prime Minister was a one-off, or simply Mandelson continuing business as usual?
Well, my honourable friend was right to ask that question yesterday, and I thought the Prime Minister's response to him was totally inadequate, that those types of meetings had not been recorded. But if I can go back to President Trump, Mr. Speaker, despite all the flattering, Trump has still caused enormous damage to our economy and to the livelihoods of the British people with his tariffs and his war with Iran. Trump still undermines NATO, makes threats against our country and our allies, and insults Britain's armed forces. And just look at what Trump said last night, that Mandelson was a really bad pick. Now, I won't dwell on the hypocrisy of Trump's words from a man who was close friends with Epstein, who parted with him and has so far taken no responsibility for that. From a president who still has, as his Commerce Secretary, a neighbour of Epstein who visited Epstein's island and who lied about his relationship with him. All that is for another debate. But Trump's post, Mr. Speaker, hypocritical as it is, does show the futility of trying to appease him. It shows how pointless it is to make a decision like who to appoint as US ambassador based on what Trump would like most. It doesn't work, it hasn't worked. And I hope that on top of everything else, the Prime Minister and the party opposite will reflect on that point. The approach to Trump has failed. It is time to change course and stand up to him. Stand with our European and Commonwealth allies in defence of our national interest. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a mess of the government's own making. A mess born out of a futile attempt to appease Donald Trump. And a mess that just keeps getting worse with today's revelations, uncovered by my honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, that the Prime Minister pushed for the appointment as ambassador of another Labour crony with ties to a sex offender. Catastrophically bad judgments that have created a mess that has distracted and consumed this government and stopped it from focusing on what the British people actually need. Because the people out there don't want more Westminster drama. They're thinking about the hospital appointment that keeps getting pushed back, the mortgage payments that just seem to keep going up, the loved ones who need care but is stuck on a waiting list, the threats to our national security from an ever more dangerous world. Those are the things that keep people up at night, and they deserve a Prime Minister and a government that is focused on them. Our party will never stop making that case. We will never stop holding this government to account, not for the sake of political point scoring, but on behalf of the British people who deserve better than this. Mr. Speaker, the last Conservative government failed our country by getting stuck in a cycle of chaos and scandal and refusing to move on. The question for the Labour Party is whether they will repeat that mistake or finally deliver the change our country needs.
Yeah. Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton. And the point he was making latterly really about the economy and the situation we find ourselves in. I would say the Prime Minister is absolutely focused on that and has been from day one. There are these distractions and it would be great to move on from them, but of course we are entitled to this debate. But I do believe that he wanted to bring order to our trade arrangements, and that was why he was persuaded into appointing Peter Mandelson. And I am not a big fan of Peter Mandelson. I can assure you of that. But what I would say is, just a short year ago, many people in this House were fating him and around the world for the deal that Mandelson managed to strike with the United States. Now, there are many questions about that deal that was struck by Peter Mandelson. But for the purposes of this debate, I just want to come back to some of the points that the Leader of the Opposition made. And I didn't intervene on her because I felt it was absolutely fine for her to continue. But just to pick up on some of the points that she made yesterday, because she amply demonstrated that she was very capable of not prosecuting an argument. She emphasised about process. And there is one thing I would say about this Prime Minister, is that he is absolutely rock solid when it comes to process. You may laugh, but for those of you in this place, those members, Mr. Speaker, who backed Boris Johnson, who accepted his lies in this place, or accepted the word of Liz Truss and that catastrophic kamikaze budget, that would be the question of judgment. On process, this Prime Minister is absolutely rock solid. And a second point I would make about him, Mr. Speaker, is he is a man of utmost decency and would never, ever lie, because he knows that his credibility rests on that. There is a point, I will come in a moment, I am just beginning to make my speech. There is a point here about some sort of conspiracy, some sort of cover-up that is being. And when the Leader of the Opposition speaks of number 10, I think she may be, if I could disabuse of her, the point is between the Prime Minister and the team around him.
Will you give away that point?
And the point is, there's others that I want to allow in. The point is to differentiate between the team around him and the Prime Minister himself. The Prime Minister clearly delegated responsibilities to his Chief of Staff. Now, it may be the case that the Leader of Opposition missed the fact that the Prime Minister sacked that.
Bernard, please, you're in my visual, be permanently stood up. He'll give way when he wants to, not because you're stood up, obviously. Not Western.
I will bring in the right honourable gentleman shortly, just to ease your patience, Mr. Speaker. But the point being that when he sacked Morgan McSweeney, he realised that there were problems within his team at number 10. Now, she may claim that somehow number 10 was the leadership, or number 10 was the worst in living memory. Now, the living memory, I'm not sure how far back that goes for her, but as my honourable friend for Normanton and Hemsworth was saying, that we don't have to go back very far, I would say, to 2022 with a certain Liz Truss and her number 10 operation, or that of Boris Johnson and the 3 years we endured of his lying, his pathological lying in this place. But look, the Leader of the Opposition, and I will come to him in just a moment, the Leader of the Opposition was talking about the biggest decision that a Prime Minister can make is about the security of this country. Just a few short weeks ago, she was talking about that the United Kingdom should be drawn into the war in Iran, and it was proven absolutely wrong. I will allow my right honourable friend to come in.
I'm most grateful to the right honourable gentleman, who I know as a friend across this House, and we worked together positively on many things. But as I served on the Privileges Committee that studied the Boris case and reached a conclusion upon it, if he wants to help the Prime Minister, I would be rather wary of making parallels between Boris Johnson and the present Prime Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend. I mean, the point I was making was simply to address that from the Leader of the Opposition, who was suggesting the operation at number 10 was the worst in living memory. I think it's quite obvious that that is absolutely not the case. We have just had two very recent examples in 19 to 22 and then in 22-23 under Johnson and Truss. I want to make it quite clear that the way I see the mistake that may have been made by number 10 is the clear delegation, a clear delegation to his Chief of Staff. And that Chief of Staff was at the heart of what I would say is an inner circle within number 10, which no longer exists, of Peter Mandelson, of Morgan McSweeney and Matthew Doyle. And as has come to light just this morning, that Matthew Doyle was also part of that problem.
Honourable gentleman for giving way, and there must be a reshuffle coming, Mr. Speaker, because no one would seriously make a speech like this at such serious times. He says the Prime Minister was a stickler for process, and he has claimed that the Prime Minister has somehow delegated responsibility for the appointment. Therefore, can I ask him, with the box note from the Cabinet Secretary, the Chief Advisor to the Prime Minister and Chief Civil Servant, why he advised, and can the honourable gentleman defend the Prime Minister's decision not to follow that advice if he was making the decisions?
This is, look, I am not very close to these operations. I've never been a minister, but that is the honest truth. I have never been a minister, and to answer his point, I do not wish to be a minister either. But I am not close enough to that, so I cannot answer that honestly. But what I can say is what I heard from Sir Ollie Robbins this morning about how he was lent on, and also what documents he may have had access to, and also the vetting report. But look, what I would say, what we've heard today, is that the Chief of Staff lent on the Foreign Office, whether it was on Matthew Doyle or whether it was the appointment of Peter Mandelson. And that is the issue. What I would say is the Prime Minister, in my experience of having known him since 2017, is that he is absolutely straight as a die. He may have accepted the advice, and maybe that advice has now proven to be wrong. But, you know, he's been let down by those around him. He made a mistake. He understands that, and he's accepted that.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. And the court case goes quiet. Those are the immortal words in the famous film A Few Good Men. That's the realisation in that court case that things have moved from process to accountability and responsibility. If you haven't seen the film, it's about two Marines who are on trial for killing another. But the real story that unravels is whether command can deny any responsibility of the actions that it set in motion. Here lies the parallel. When subordinates act on the understood direction of authority, where does responsibility ultimately sit? They acted because of you. It belongs to you. Let's recount the facts that we do, though, that aren't disputed in this House. Lord Mandelson was announced as the Prime Minister to be the US ambassador from the UK in December 24. UK security vetting recommended against developed vetting clearance in January 2025. The FCDO overruled that recommendation, enabling the appointment, and the Prime Minister stated publicly due process had been followed. Sir Ollie Robbins, then Permanent Secretary, was later dismissed. But what Robbins told us in the committee in November 2025 is telling. Quote, "By the time we are describing, it was clear the Prime Minister wanted to make his appointment himself. Therefore, I understand the FCDO was informed of his decision, acted on it, and via the Foreign Secretary sought and obtained the King's approval for the appointment. In this case, as Chris explained, the Prime Minister took advice and formed a view himself, and we then acted on that view." The FCDO is clear. This wasn't drift. It was acting under direction. The Prime Minister formed that view. They acted on it. Acting on instruction, acting on direction, acting on what the Prime Minister wanted. Yet, since then, the Prime Minister's been trying to separate the decision and the consequence. There's the decision, there are the consequences, but we and this public know you can't separate the two. If an official acts in the shadow of a settled view, responsibility returns to that source where the shadow was first cast. And let's draw some more comparisons in the film, because it's quite telling. Colonel Jessup does not issue the written order. Prime Minister does not personally do the vetting. Subordinates act on a clear command and intent. The FCDO acted on the political intent. The defence by the Colonel was, I didn't order that. The defence by the Prime Minister was, I wasn't told. The court finds, though, that authority can't be passive. We in this House say neither can the Prime Minister be. The blame lands on the subordinates, and the same again has happened here. In both cases, the controversy is not on the mechanics, but where the moral and constitutional responsibility resides. Officials were acting on a settled prime ministerial preference. The Prime Minister can't have it both ways. He can't have decisive authority on the way in and plausible deniability on the way out. That's not process, that's power without accountability. If the decision was his, isn't the responsibility his? And if not, why not? And whose is it then? I will give way.
I think this is probably a useful speech to intervene on due to my striking resemblance to Tom Cruise. But the key point in that scenario was about responsibility. And I think members opposite are probably lucky that Sadiq Khan has cancelled all the tubes today. Otherwise, there may be another transport mechanism they may be under. But does this not show wider that the Prime Minister is failing in his key role, which is to take responsibility for the decisions he's charged to take?
Yeah, he's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. And the bottom line, it really is here. The Prime Minister has shaped the system by having a settled political decision, one that's had horrific consequences, despite all the warnings that we've talked about in this House about Mandelson being fired twice and etc. And is now trying to point to the process as the failings, but the country isn't buying it. The film teaches us this simple lesson. Power cannot hide behind those who obey it. And just before I finish, I have a message for the Labour MPs and would like to address them directly. And to paraphrase directly from that famous speech from Colonel Jessup, he says, the PM neither has the time nor inclination to explain himself to backbenchers who rise and sleep under the blanket of the very majority that he provides, and then questions the manner in which the PM provides it. The PM would rather you say just thank you and went on your way. Otherwise, he suggests you pick up a weapon and stand a post. Either way, he doesn't give a damn about what you're entitled to.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
Following the revelations at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee today by Oliver Robbins, who said how the Prime Minister had pushed for Peter Mandelson to be appointed and also was pushing for his former Director of Communications, Matthew Doyle, to be appointed as well, unqualified for the post. Would my honourable friend agree these are not the actions of a Prime Minister concerned about the national interest, rather his personal interest, nor is it the actions of Prime Minister concerned about national security, merely his job security, particularly pushing for Peter Mandelson, who is a known national security risk.
The member is very senior, makes an absolute erudite point. The question is, we still don't know why the Prime Minister chose Mandelson. He's never said exactly the reasons why he did. We can all see the reasons why he shouldn't have done. But I will table.
Can I just ask my honourable friend that there surely can be no situation that he thinks where officials do not flag concerns with ministers or Prime Ministers, because fundamentally it is them that are accountable to this House and the British public, and what we are talking about is accountability here.
Accountability starts from the top. Absolutely. We've heard in the FCDO today, the message from number 10 was, get this effing done. That was the political directive and everything else follows suit, and that's exactly what Ollie Robbins has said. And here is where I conclude, Mr. Speaker, because this side of the House knows the truth. The public want the truth. The only question that remains is, can the Labour benchers, the backbenchers, handle the truth? Because surely if they can't, they must do something about it.
Just help the House with how many people got an informal time limit 7 minutes, and the good example to set that record is Caroline Harris.
I will be very, very brief, as I'm not attempting to audition for a BAFTA, unlike some of my colleagues. And neither am I trying to attempt any factional point scoring, as some colleagues have stated today. The Prime Minister himself said yesterday Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed as our ambassador to the US. So I'm going to be very simple on this one, so can the Chief Secretary tell the House how the Prime Minister has changed the way due diligence and security vetting is conducted before appointments are announced in the future? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our ambassador in Washington stands at the nexus of the Five Eyes, with more classified intelligence crossing his desk than cross the desks of most cabinet ministers. It's obviously one of the most important appointments the Prime Minister makes, but it's also one of the most sensitive. A security failure in the post could seriously jeopardise the Five Eyes relationship. The Americans are notoriously twitchy about security. So the appointee's conduct before the appointment must be beyond reproach, and their trustworthiness must be impeccable. Now we had one of our best ambassadors, Karen Pierce, was already in place. She was highly regarded by the State Department and the White House, and contrary to what the Lib Dem leader said, so much so that President Trump called the Prime Minister, urged him to keep Pierce, while expressing concern about Mandelson. One of 3 calls from the White House on her behalf and against him. She was a high-class, high-performance, zero-risk choice. Against that, we had the London establishment view that somehow Mandelson's amoral dark arts would make him a good ambassador, typically espoused by people with no idea what makes a good ambassador. One of the questions before us in assessing the Prime Minister's judgment is whether Mandelson was a better appointment than Karen Pierce, and if so, was the benefit of that appointment sufficient to outweigh the clear risks of that appointment? And of course the answer to both of those questions is an emphatic no. It was abundantly clear to anyone taking a decision that he was a significant security risk. A man who'd twice been forced to resign from government, with known links to a paedophile, closely associated with Russian oligarch Derek Pasca, a man who'd been responsible for the deaths of 100 people, personally responsible for murders and extortion, and with whom Mr. Mandelson, or Lord Mandelson as he was then, spent weekends in his Dhaka and in Moscow. Weekends, of course, because the EU doesn't record where you are the weekend as a commissioner. That's the sort of background we're talking about. And as we heard from my right honourable friend, the leader of my party, he was also a non-executive director of Sistema, a Russian arms dealing company led by a Putin ally. And Mandelson's role at Sistema, when he stood down, he then took a large shareholding, which he kept for some time as well. All of this is in the public domain, and was in the public domain before he was appointed. China too, I can list them over and over again. TikTok, owned by the Chinese state. Shine, based on Uyghur forced labour. And of course, he always calls time and time again for, at the time, he called it time and time again for closer Anglo-Chinese relationships. Now, when you make appointments like this, it's not an appointment, not a judgment beyond reasonable doubt. It's not even a judgment on the balance of probabilities. It's a judgment on significant risk. Are you going to take a significant risk with a Five Eyes relationship? Of course you're not. And it should be clear on public data alone that this man is a significant, or was a significant risk. And indeed, the proprieties and ethics team in the Cabinet Office flagged most of the issues I've just described to Number 10 before this process started. And we should remember, and Mr. Speaker, forgive me for being so direct, But Peter Mandelson is a man who has proven he's greedy for money, greedy for glamour, greedy for status, greedy for power, and willing to break the rules to get them. That's the key point, willing to break the rules to get them. Such a man is a classic security risk in the face of Russian or Chinese compromise. That's not to mention the risk posed by, of course, his known involvement with Epstein. Number 10 chose... I'll give way very quickly. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank him for giving way. I have to say, I'm not in the Peter Mandelson fan club. I'm old enough to remember his first life in this government. But this morning we heard that the UK VS judged them to be a borderline risk, and we heard how officials thought that that risk could be managed. This is quite different from what you're outlining, of what the honourable gentleman's outlining.
Is the public information. If he wants to get into the argument on UKVS between UKVS, who we're now told was a marginal, and number 10, who says it's a red, the strike-off, he can argue between them. I'm talking about public data. What you should know before you start this process. And number 10, no, he's had his go. Sit down. Number 10 has chosen to ignore these things. And that's critical. Because we've heard already about the pressure put on the Foreign Office over and over again. And forgive me again, Mr. Speaker, but for the direct quote, because it's obscene, but the chairman actually recounted how Morgan Sweeney called Sir Ollie's predecessor and told him, quotes, just fucking approve it. Now, speaking to the committee, he made clear he was under constant pressure and there was an atmosphere of constant chasing. Why? Well, we already know it's not because Mandelson was a materially better candidate than Karen Pierce, the brilliant, well-established, highly regarded incumbent with excellent connections to the White House. It was because Mandelson was a leading member of the new Labour aristocracy. Full stop. Not talent, connection. It wasn't even, it was not in the national interest, plainly, it wasn't even in the Labour interest. It was in the interest of a Labour clique. Now, Mandel's appointment was a decision in complete disregard of the risks, known risks, which explains the Prime Minister's lack of curiosity about the vetting. It wasn't lack of curiosity. He did not ask because he did not want to know. The former Cabinet Secretary warned the Prime Minister he should secure Mandelson's security clearance before the appointment. He was warned on the 11th of December by the Cabinet Office about his past, his public past. And on the 11th of September last year, number 10 was asked by a journalist whether Mandelson had failed to develop vetting. Number 10 knew. It's as plain as a pikestone. So, where do we go from here? We have a Prime Minister and a government in power who are making decisions in the interests of their own clique within their own party. And they're making their interests at the explicit risk of the United Kingdom. The Prime Minister should resign.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Peter Mandelson once spoke of the Labour left being sealed in a tomb. Today, it is the toxic politics he came to represent that should be buried. Politics that repels millions and drifts far from the values on which our party was founded. If we are serious about renewal, serious about learning the lessons of this troubling episode, then we must confront that culture, what enabled it. That means looking at figures such as the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, a protege of Mandelson's, and of the network of influence around him. Mandelson's appointment did not happen in isolation, as we learned today. It reflects a wider direction under the Prime Minister, where those behind the Labour Together project wielded significant influence in developing this toxic culture which has been allowed to take hold of number 10 in the governing of our country. It points to a political culture that lacks candour, exists to promote wealth and power, and ignores all else in pursuit of this. It's a culture where proximity to power outweighs principle, where access counts far more than accountability, and where the suffering of victims is overshadowed by connections. When decisions are driven by patronage and power is concentrated in a narrow circle, it is not only our internal party democracy that suffers, but the integrity of our public institutions and our country. And too often, It is our civil servants, those who serve with professionalism and integrity, who are left to carry the consequences. I want to commend Sir Ollie Robbins for giving evidence today. His professionalism and dedication after a week where he has been very publicly hounded by some in government was commendable. And it was good to see his trade union backing him steadfastly at the committee today. Robbins will be a loss to the FCDO and the country, all brought about by a series of catastrophic political decisions by Number 10. That is not right, not fair, and it's not what the public expects of elected officials. And because of this, the public will rightly demand accountability and cultural change. This must begin with a thorough review of the political operation which brought the Prime Minister to power and which clearly continues to carry undue influence over this government. So I once again, as I have asked on multiple occasions, now in both letters to the Prime Minister and speeches in this place, call for a full, transparent and independent investigation into the activities and practices of Labour together, both prior to and after the election of this government. Only then will we fully understand how this exclusive political network has been able to undermine our democracy and institutions right at the heart of government.
Speaker, like many, I spent the weekend door-knocking in my constituency. People in Bicester and Woodstock are frustrated by delays to medical appointments, fed up with rising prices and fearful about the war in the Middle East. Yet a number of them raised the Prime Minister's handling of the Peter Mandelson saga. Their overwhelming emotion was disappointment that a Prime Minister who promised change has delivered so little, and anger that a Prime Minister who said he would be better than the Tories had failed so badly. The Prime Minister set out yesterday to defend himself. Mr. Speaker, he set out that case like a barrister. He took the narrow view that the charge was misleading the House, and he tried to claim that Sir Ollie Robbins had repeatedly misled him, and so it was only natural that he should have misled us. He failed first by misjudging the seriousness of his failure. It was as though he was charged with petty larceny when the actual offence was gross misconduct decapitation. Yet the crucial weakness in his argument was one of chronology. He cited statements and reports between September 2025 and April 2026, but the crime he sought to defend was committed between December 2024 and January 2025. He had no answer to why he ignored the advice of the Cabinet Secretary to seek security clearance before appointing Mandelson. He could not explain why he announced Mandelson's appointment without conditions, nor why the offer letter to Mandelson, dated before Sir Ollie started work, said that Mandelson had cleared security clearance. Mr. Speaker, the damning evidence given today by Sir Ollie Robbins confirms what the Prime Minister failed to dispel yesterday. There was a complacent culture in Downing Street, indeed there may still be, which had a dismissive approach to vetting Lord Mandelson. The Prime Minister wants us now to believe he would have sacked Mandelson if he had failed vetting. Yet all the evidence then is that he and his team did not care about vetting and even believed it had already been granted. We further learnt this morning that officials in Number 10 asked the FCDO to find an ambassadorial role for Matthew Doyle, another man who was friends with a convicted sex offender. What is worse, they told FCDO officials not to tell the Foreign Secretary. The unavoidable conclusion is that under the Prime Minister and Morgan McSweeney, Number 10 believed it could fix plum jobs for the boys, and they were all boys, Mr. Speaker, with casual disregard for process, propriety or national security. So we come to the consequences of this sorry episode. First, a distinguished civil servant has lost his position as the fall guy for the Prime Minister. I was proud to work with Sir Ollie, and I know the regard held for him by ministers and civil servants. So I am frankly furious, to use a word of the day, to learn that a Number 10 spokesman has just said that Sir Ollie was, and I quote, a man of integrity and professionalism who made an error of judgment. Mr. Speaker, it is extraordinary that when political appointees like Peter Mandelson or the former Deputy Prime Minister are accused of errors of judgment or worse, the Prime Minister has come to that dispatch box and defended them for days. Yet when the Prime Minister's error of judgment was highlighted again, he took a few short hours to dismiss Sir Ollie. In the last 5 days, the Prime Minister has gone further and directed the full power of the state against one man. The Government Legal Service reinterpreted the Cragg Act on Sunday. The Government Communications Service briefed hard against Robbins. And Cabinet Office officials sought to prime the Foreign Affairs Committee before it heard from Sir Ollie today. This state-led assault on one man is unprecedented and it is unacceptable. If the point of committing an error of judgment is to resign, why is the Prime Minister still in post? Second, this whole episode has done grave damage to relations between ministers and civil servants. The Prime Minister once said, and I quote, "When staff make mistakes, I carry the can. I never turn on my staff." No one believes that now. His cowardly reaction has shown civil servants that they should be fearful of future treatment by the Prime Minister, Number 10 and ministers. As a former Permanent Secretary, I believed that the Prime Minister understood and valued the relationship between trust, candour and loyalty that governs the best relationship in ministries. Today, those relationships are shattered and our country will be the poorer for it. And so thirdly, Mr Speaker, my constituents and people up and down the country worried about waiting lists, rising prices and threats to security can have no confidence that this Prime Minister can change our country for the better. When something went wrong in government, the Prime Minister did not take responsibility, he took the easy way out. When called on to defend himself, he failed abjectly. This sorry tale points to a corrupted culture at the heart of Number 10, and there is now only one man left to carry the can. He must complete the clear-out and resign.
Others pledge. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I came this morning from the Foreign Affairs Select Committee where we had the opportunity to speak to Sir Ollie Robbins as our witness. So I wanted to use this debate to pull out some of the pertinent points that we heard there, which I think are relevant. But before I start, I absolutely agree with members across the House that are saying that Lord Mandelson was a completely inappropriate and terrible choice for our ambassador. And there has clearly been a failure in the process that ended up with his appointment and vetting. But it's important that we look at what Sir Ollie said in the witness statement today, because some of that contradicts what has been said through some of the statements in the House. The first thing that Sir Ollie said, which I think was important, is that he said to the committee this morning that no ministers, not the Prime Minister, not the Foreign Secretary, nor any other minister or official in Number 10 was given any sight that UKSV had declined Mandelson's security vetting. They had no sight at all of any details of that vetting. And he said that and he justified that and he defended that because no officials and no ministers should have sight of that vetting because it is extremely personal and sensitive information. I mean, I'm someone that's gone through that process myself when I was working at the Foreign Office. What you do not want to create is any sort of conditions where people are afraid of sharing sensitive information in a vetting process that some period in the future might be leaked, and whether that's to politicians, whether that's to other people in your line management chain, or as we've seen later on, it's been leaked to the press, because that undermines the integrity of the process as a whole. So I think that, firstly, that reinforces what the Prime Minister said yesterday. The second thing he said, Sir Ollie, was he disputed the characterisation that UKSV had failed that Peter Mandelson's vetting, that it was some way a binary choice inside the Foreign Office. It's important that we explain, or I try and justify what Sir Ollie was saying, because the FCDO, they do have a slightly different process to other parts of government, and that is because as an overseas department, a bit like the MOD and other places, there are people that come into those roles with seriously long careers and all sorts of different interests. And I'm not suggesting that Peter Mandelson should have passed the vetting, not at all. But the fact that a borderline case was coming to FCDO and the FCDO was making that decision rather than UKSV was not unusual. That was quite a normal process to happen, according to Sir Ollie's evidence. And it's the sort of thing that is important that we hold in the future. And I think it's important for us to say that as well. And thirdly, I think that is really important is not only did... Please, I'll give way.
I'm really surprised that he's swallowing this guff about it being a borderline case. It was quite clear that security vetting put this in the red box, which meant fail. Sir Ollie is being lauded to the skies now because he's the victim of ruthless prime ministerial politics. But he also has an angle on this, and the angle is that he, shall we say, massaged his own judgment because he knew the pressure that was on him from the government. There was nothing borderline about this. The only reason he's saying it was borderline was because he needs an excuse for having overridden it when he shouldn't have done.
Yes. Please speak to what the witness told us in the inquiry this morning, and he was very clear, and many members made the same case that you're making now. That it was a red box, as we've seen in that evidence that was submitted. But he was very clear that it was borderline. This was very usual for the Foreign Office to conduct these types of cases. And I think you can make your own mind about whether you believe him or believe other people. Please.
What he actually said, I came in to watch, what he actually said was the advice he was given by his Director of Intelligence, I think, was borderline. One of the issues which were not clear was that whether the pressure from number 10 was simply on him or on all members of the channel, if you like, down to lower levels.
Yes, I had a different interpretation. So Sir Ollie also said, and you can look back at the transcript, that yes, there was pressure from number 10 to get the appointment done quickly. It could be interpreted that they wanted to get that appointment done before the inauguration of President Trump. There was an important timeline that needed to be done by, because there was a risk that any new ambassadorial appointments after that might be interfered. Again, this was the words of Sir Ollie. I'm not bringing this up from nowhere. And let me finish. The other important point: it wasn't just the UK security vetting system that put a borderline process through, and then the FCDO approved it. It was also the intelligence agencies. So I think it's equally concerning that Peter Mandelson was given strap clearance. And I asked Sir Ollie directly, were there any concerns raised by the intelligence agencies on the process of obtaining strap clearance, which is a higher level of security, which allows him to have access to the highest, most classified secrets that the country has. And there was no one from the intelligence agencies that raised any concerns during that strap process either. So I think these are serious concerns in the process. Yes,
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I gently say to him and to others who seek to make this argument he's pursuing, at the heart of this is a toxic and dismissive culture at number 10. That's a point we can not get away from. That dismissiveness has led us to this place. This is not a small administration breach, it's a matter of national security. The British public is not buying it. Surely we should be saying there needs to be a full, transparent, independent inquiry into this whole situation to uncover the truth. That's what the British public want, with consequences for including the Prime Minister.
That is not my experience of number 10, and I am pleased to see that there is a review looking at the vetting system, because I think there are serious problems with the vetting system that this process has uncovered. Indeed, I mean, my takeaways from the evidence that I heard this morning are a number of them. I agree with members that Peter Mandelson was a terrible pick for our ambassador. Even without knowing the things that came out later, I think it was the wrong decision that he should have been picked. But also there has clearly been failures in the vetting process, both with the DV vetting, both with the process of the FCDO and with the process of the strap vetting. So I am pleased that the government has announced 2 reviews, one to be led by Sir Adrian Fulford and a separate Cabinet Office review to look at those vetting processes and ensure that both for Peter Mandelson's vetting and for the UK vetting system more generally, that such mistakes do not happen again. I'm slightly concerned that in the short term, the government has suspended the ability of overseas departments to operate their discretion in granting developed vetting. I know that that's a sensible response in the short term, but I hope as the reviews go through that the Minister will consider the reasons why these departments have that discretion in the future.
I thank him for giving way, and I'm very grateful for him to do so. And I've listened quite carefully to his speech. Given what he heard at the committee this morning and his background experience, does he regret Ollie Robbins' sacking?
I feel very sympathetic to Ollie Robbins. Ollie Robbins will have an opportunity to account for Sir Ollie Robbins, will have an opportunity to account for himself, but he gave a very good account of himself at the committee this morning, and it's not for me to make that judgment. I can think of several good reasons why the FCDO and the MOD might need to use that discretion in the future. I'm also really concerned that details about Peter Mandelson's vetting were leaked to the press in September. Even considering Peter Mandelson's misconduct, the integrity of that process is really important, and Sir Ollie also raised concerns about this issue. So I hope that the reviews that the Minister announced the other day will also look at the leaks to the press, because it is really unacceptable that such vital personal information about the vetting process has been released in that way. But most importantly, I think Sir Ollie's evidence, it rubbishes some of the accusations that members yesterday were making in the House and indeed in the media, that were questioning the Prime Minister's honesty about the situation, because he did categorically rule out any suggestion that the Prime Minister knew anything about that, for good reason. So I think those members that made those accusations and that were rightly thrown out of the House, they should come forward and correct the record and apologise on that point. I will take one more intervention and then I'll finish up.
But does he surely realise that to those of us...
Did say 7 minutes, I think you're now on 10. Don't worry, let's have a Roberts.
Does he surely raise to people outside that this argument, these fine details over process, it morphs into a defence of ignorance, and then it morphs into a defence of incompetency? And that actually is doing the Prime Minister as much harm as all these arguments about his honesty.
So I think we've heard real concerns about the process here, and I'm glad that the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister has announced reviews into that process, because we really need to make sure we get it right in the future. Thank you.
Dudley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is a particularly sorry saga, and this is corrosive not just for certainly this government and the Labour Party. It's corrosive for the entire political class and politicians as a collective body, and it is certainly corrosive for the country. And that's because there is a particular theme that's emerged from this and from other episodes under this government around competency, or what the public would probably look at as a general theme of incompetency, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've got this situation here where it's frankly ludicrous and laughable that we've got to this point, that Peter Mandelson, a man who has, for the best part of 2 decades, his name has been synonymous. It's been a byword for sleaze and incompetence. That's before we knew about the risks that he posed or could continue to pose if he were given a position to our national security. And the corrosiveness of this and the corrosiveness of this government and the question of incompetency is borne out through all of the decisions that we've seen that the government has U-turned over. I think we're up to around 18 in 2 years. We've seen the corrosive effects of government policy across the board, whether it's on the economy, whether it's the price that business are paying as a result of questions that the government haven't asked. And that begs the question around the Prime Minister's general incuriosity around seemingly everything, least of all this, the most serious of issues. Now, Peter Mandelson was known to be a paedophile-adjacent character at the time that the Prime Minister took this decision, seemingly at any cost, to appoint him as ambassador to the United States. And I think so many in this House have alluded to it, that it seems that that happened because he was seen as a particularly slick operator at the top of the Labour Party, and he was seemingly untouchable to so many. And it's a great shame it's got to this point, this sort of ongoing debacle and scandal, the evasion from the Prime Minister, to have sort of, you know, caused the downfall of Peter Mandelson. But there are unanswered questions remaining, Mr. Speaker, including a really simple one that has been asked many times. We haven't had an answer to this, but I would love to know, my constituents would love to know, many in this House would love to know, what were the seemingly virtuous qualities of Peter Mandelson that did warrant the on-balance risk, on-balance very serious risk that the government took in pursuing his appointment. The pressure placed on the Foreign Office into clearing and appointing Mandelson has become apparent over the last few weeks, and particularly this morning following the testimony of Ollie Robbins. And I mean, it's frankly reprehensible, Mr. Speaker. We've heard that Ollie Robbins was told, to get this done at any cost, to ride effectively roughshod over good moral conduct to deliver the will of the Prime Minister. And we're starting to hear sort of glimmers that certain people at the top of government, perhaps those in the Cabinet, had advised the Prime Minister or the Cabinet Office that they weren't comfortable with this. But the Prime Minister was just completely ignorant of this, Mr. Speaker, throughout the whole process. And we now know that Peter Mandelson was effectively appointed and given access to very sensitive security information before his security clearance was granted. So a direct question for the Minister, can the Minister tell the House whether he is aware that Peter Mandelson had access to sensitive information prior to the security clearance recommendation coming through? If the Minister is not aware of that, what review is being put in place to ascertain the level of that information, and what risk management will be put in place to mitigate the effects of the exposure of any sensitive information that Peter Mandelson may have obtained during that period before the security clearance came through. And then, Mr. Speaker, there's another question around accountability. And many of us in this House, but particularly the country at large, would love to know, why is the bar of personal accountability so low for everyone else, yet impossibly high for the Prime Minister himself? Now, if I'd had the chance yesterday, and lots of members wanted to speak, and I understand why I did not get an opportunity, but I would have loved to have asked the Prime Minister, at any point, had he considered resigning? And if not, why not? And how many more have to be blamed or scapegoated before this becomes a situation where the Prime Minister does the decent thing and resigns? How many more twists and turns does this saga have to follow, Mr. Speaker, before the Prime Minister does the right thing? Because I can tell the Minister, who is looking somewhat uncomfortable, and I commend him for coming to the front bench today, I can tell him on behalf of my constituents, they are sick and tired of the evasiveness of this Prime Minister. They want him to do the decent thing and to resign.
Speaker, I want to address three aspects in my remarks. Firstly, the appointment of Peter Mandelson in the first instance. Secondly, the approach taken by the Prime Minister as details have emerged over the last few months. And finally, the vetting process overall. But first, just to reflect on the debate so far, I mean, it's been characterised by a collective amnesia on those benches, some amateur dramatic theatrics we've seen. We've seen the Right Honourable Leader of the Liberal Democrats demonstrate why he's such a risk to trade and industry with one of our largest partners, trading partners. We've seen a member who sits over there choosing to lecture this side about the traditions in the Labour Party. And we've even seen some of my right honourable friends who I suspect their experience of number 10 has been purely in attacking number 10 and in a disciplinary capacity, lecturing us about claiming to have real insight into the culture in number 10. So at the core of the current debate is the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as UK's ambassador to the USA. Clearly, Peter Mandelson's background of resigning twice from the ministerial office has been in the public record, and whilst there are other allegations about his conduct, not all of them were in the public domain at that time. And many recent revelations have led to his further dismissal from the ambassadorial post, action in relation to his peerage, referral to the police, and ongoing process there. It's clear to all that Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed to this role. And whilst this is the case, the apology offered by the Prime Minister on repeated occasions in this House and outside has been full, wholesome and without equivocation. And most importantly, the Prime Minister has repeatedly and rightly apologised to the victim of Jeffrey Epstein for making this appointment in the first instance. So whilst the initial appointment has, and I suspect will continue to be a matter of debate, the Prime Minister's apology cannot be faulted. I want to, in a bit, I want to address the wider approach taken by the Prime Minister in this case and other allegations against senior figures in this administration. And I think this is relevant. I'll come back to you in a second. I'll take you in a minute. It's the case that this Prime Minister promised a change in approach to dealing with such matters, an approach that embraces transparency, that is robust and that is timely, is essential in maintaining public trust and confidence in the government, in politicians and in this House.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and he knows full well, this is not any personal vendetta against Number 10. He, of all people, knows the culture that exists in Number 10 and the toxicity of that culture. The question I want to ask him, and I say this in all sincerity, does he really expect the British public to buy what he's saying?
I think I have a better understanding of the culture in Number 10 than you do, and I absolutely expect that the British public understand that the apology put forward by the Prime Minister has been full, it's been wholesome, it's been unequivocal, and that he hasn't messed about on that. If you come back to me, I'll take in a few minutes. And so maintaining. So dealing with allegations in a timely fashion, in a manner that is robust that ensures full transparency, is essential to maintaining trust and confidence in the government, in politicians and in this House. And on every occasion there has been an allegation levelled, the approach of this Prime Minister and this government, and whether it's been in Peter Mandelson, whether it's been in relation to previous Deputy Prime Minister, is the approach of this Prime Minister government has been in marked contrast to the previous successive Tory Prime Ministers. We saw then a real refusal to accept allegations were valid. We saw a refusal to address allegations in a timely fashion by referring for investigation, of investigations being dragged out, and a refusal to accept the findings of investigations. In the case of Peter Mandelson, it can be seen that the allegation and information, as allegation information has been forthcoming, the Prime Minister has come to the dispatch box again and again, and he has sacked him, he's taken action again and again. And that action has been robust, speedy, and the ongoing commitment to the humble address will ensure full transparency in this. And this is in marked contrast to how the previous government has handled such matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman is talking about the point of full transparency, and it's in the ministerial code that ministers must be open and transparent. When the Prime Minister came to this House in February and said that the reason he'd sacked Mandelson was because he'd lied to him about his relationship with Epstein, do you think that was a full and transparent account of the reasons why Mandelson should not have had the job?
The Prime Minister set out why the information he presented to this House at different times based on the information he had at the time. And I think further questions to that should be directed to the Prime Minister. But I think fundamentally though, this side will not take any lessons from that side, who over a number of years presided over trampling trust and confidence in politicians and in this House into the ground again and again and again. So whilst I suspect this House has not seen the last of Peter Mandelson issue, I am hopeful that the change in approach towards allegations by this Prime Minister and this government of transparency, timeliness and robust action is one that will continue in the future, and there's a lesson there for all of us. The final point I want to address is the vetting process. I believe strongly that the vetting process followed by government and departments should be robust, should have the confidence of those subject to vetting, as well as the government departments employing them, their colleagues and the wider public. And clearly to maintain that confidence requires a high degree of anonymity and confidence in that process. It's also the case that any information thrown up as part of that vetting process is acted on appropriately by government or by department in a timely fashion. But there's a fundamental dilemma in expecting the government, or the Prime Minister in this case, to act on information that was never made available to government or ministers. And that's the fundamental issue here. So we need to ensure that the vetting system is fit for purpose, and a balance between confidentiality on the one hand and response at the appropriate level is essential. Clearly the current balance is not correct, and I welcome the steps being taken by the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister in this regard. I'll end by saying that this whole episode has exposed issues of judgment and process, and I suspect the debate will continue long in relation to both. But there is much to commend the judgment and approach taken by the administration in relation to information as information became available. And whatever the merits of the case, or whatever people feel about what's being discussed, some of those approaches in relation to transparency, timeliness and robust action is something I hope will continue.
So John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning's Foreign Affairs Select Committee session lasted 2.5 hours and was certainly one of the more remarkable that I've attended, and I have been involved in a number of quite controversial Select Committee hearings over the years. I do think that it showed the Select Committee system at its best, and members across the House worked together, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Hales-Owen, a fellow member of the committee who spoke earlier. And I also share his view that Sir Ollie Robbins, who gave us evidence, put in an impressive performance. He is clearly angry at the way he has been treated, and he does have a distinguished career which has been brought to a premature end, and clearly he is very upset by that. But in his evidence, he did make some extraordinary revelations. He, of course, had given evidence to the committee last year in November, when, as the chair of the committee suggested in our introduction, we may have heard the truth and nothing but the truth, but probably not the whole truth. This morning, we heard a lot more of the whole truth. And what became absolutely clear, and had already been suggested at the previous hearing, was that number 10 Downing Street was absolutely determined that Lord Mandelson should become the ambassador of this country to the United States. So Ollie told us that his predecessor, Philip Barton, had strongly advised that this should not happen until after the developed vetting process had been completed. But despite that advice from the senior permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, it was ignored. And indeed, the Cabinet Office, we are told, then went on to suggest that developed vetting might not even be necessary. And yet this was not just a routine appointment. It was not routine for two reasons. Firstly, it was the appointment of probably the most important ambassadorial post that this country has. And secondly, very, very unusually, it was a direct ministerial appointment. Most of the time, ambassadorial appointments are made from within the civil service, and people have already had that vetting procedure. This was somebody who was being brought in from the outside, who had not been vetted, and already had a track record of having twice had to resign from government. I'll give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way. And the role of the Prime Minister is the highest honour in UK politics and demands sound judgment. And the reality is there was no sound judgment when he did appoint him a disgraced individual who had 2 resignations and well-documented associations with a sex offender. And what we hear from the Labour benches today is lambs to the slaughter. They are defending the indefensible, and the general public are hearing that today and are hearing how disgraced this place is by the decision of the Prime Minister to appoint Peter Mandelson.
completely agree with the Honourable Lady, and it's somehow being suggested from the other side, but it was people advising the Prime Minister. I think one speaker earlier said the Prime Minister had been persuaded to appoint him. Well, I worked for the Prime Minister, and she coined a phrase, officials advise, ministers decide. And in this case, it was the decision, as she says, of the Prime Minister. But Ollie Robbins also pointed out that actually, by the time he took up his position, essentially he was presented with a fait accompli. He actually set out to us. He said, I took over as PUS on the 20th of January. He then said, already, due diligence had been completed, and we know that that process, which included interview with Morgan McSweeney, had revealed the ongoing relationship between Lord Mandelson and Peter Epstein, but that was ignored. We were told that approval of the appointment had already been given by the King. It had been announced publicly to the press. Agreement had been given from the United States, which is, and Sir Ollie Robbins made this clear, but that is not just a formality. There is a very significant development. He'd also been given to the FCDO building and IT access. And finally, he was being granted access to highly classified briefing on a case-by-case basis. All of that had happened. And so I asked Sir Ollie Robbins if, given all of that was already in place, if now he were to have the appointment withdrawn, would that not damage our relationship with the United States of America? To which he replied very clearly, yes, it would. My right honourable friend, the member for Goole, has already set out, but actually we already had a very good ambassador in Washington, but nevertheless, Downing Street had said to the US administration that they wanted Lord Mandelson to be appointed, and the White House had given their agreement through the agreement procedure. So for Sir Ollie Robbins then to withdraw the appointment would have been a real damage to our foreign policy. Now, you can argue that if Sir Ollie Robbins were told that the UKSV process had resulted in a clear recommendation denial, then he might, or perhaps even should, still have done so. But he also told us this morning, but he wasn't told that. We were told that he didn't see the UKSV report. We were told that he didn't even see, in fact, he didn't even know about the fact that the report has a red box with a tick in it saying deny. He said he'd never seen those documents before, and that would be normal because it is a very restricted access for the reasons actually the Honourable Gentleman for Hales Owen set out. And so all he was told was that there had been leaning towards refusal, and it was a borderline case. Now, whether or not that was an accurate reflection of what the report actually said is another matter, and we can perhaps debate at what stage or how far the message from Downing Street, we want this person to be appointed, had been transmitted to try and make it as possible as it was. But what we are told is that after Sir Ollie Robbins had arrived as Permanent Secretary, he was subjected to regular calls from Number 10 saying, get it done. And he also told us that it wasn't get it done subject to security clearance, which in his view it should have been, that the press release put out announcing the appointment of Lord Mandelson didn't say subject to security clearance. Subject to security clearance was never mentioned. This was announced as a decision that had already been taken. Why? That is a matter that we can that is open to conjecture. There is the view of the some on the other side that it was somehow a reward for services given in getting the Prime Minister the job, or the leader of the Liberal Party has said it may all be to do with the trying to cozy up to President Trump, although, as my honourable friend pointed out, actually our previous ambassador had done a really good job in representing this country to President Trump. We may never know. What we do know is that the Prime Minister was absolutely determined that that appointment should be made. And even after the appointment had been made, and when all of these things began to become revealed, in particular the ongoing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which the Prime Minister said that he was unaware of the closeness of, and he was very angry when he was told. There had already been inquiries being made. Journalists have been ringing up Number 10 and saying, but we've been told he failed his security vetting. And Number 10 put out a denial. Now, Number 10, you would expect, if journalists were calling up saying, is it true that actually he didn't pass the UKSV assessment and they recommended denial of security vetting, that before just saying, no, that's complete rubbish, they might actually begin to ask questions. They might say to the Prime Minister, you should be aware we've had an inquiry about this. But no, apparently none of that happened, or if it did happen, again, it was simply swept under the carpet. The end result of this process is that for over a year, this country had, representing it at the most senior level, in the America, which is our closest ally, someone who the security agencies have concluded is a security risk. We do not know the full extent of the damage that may have been done during that time. The Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid, is coughing at me, so I won't give way. But I fear that there is still more to come, and I can say, I hope on behalf of the Select Committee, that we will continue to pursue this.
Dr. Alison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will reiterate my honourable friend from Hales Owen's point that I wish I'd never heard the name Peter Mandelson. He should not have been appointed. It is right that he would have been sacked, and I will acknowledge his experience and expertise on the issue, which I will admit I don't have. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday, in my response to the Prime Minister's statement focused on Jeffrey Epstein's victims, I briefly mentioned the issue of parties opposite seeking to gain political capital, and much to the chagrin to the reasonable, quiet people of this country, asked for the Prime Minister's resignation, yet again causing chaos to the governance of this country that the opposition is so addicted to. The opposition grumbled at this, as they are doing so now, so I want to take this opportunity to clarify. I will repeat, if we ignore the social media trolls and bots and ignore the self-interest of billionaire-owned right-wing press, the quiet, reasonable majority of people do not want a change of Prime Minister. As one lifelong Tory said to me yesterday, I see the Prime Minister is still here. That is a good thing. They are grateful that this Prime Minister, as a teacher I can out-talk you all, they are grateful that this Prime Minister has not drawn our country into a mad, dangerous conflict, a conflict the opposition would have immediately joined. People value a stable government, a government that focuses on matters people really care about. They want a stabilised economy. They want reform to send and support for schools. They want our NHS rebuilt and waiting lists to drop. They want our roads fixed. They want their wages to increase. They want affordable homes. They want their communities to be safe and welcoming. And they want violence against women and girls tackled. People are fed up of politics and fed up of this navel-gazing over process. They are fed up of more politicians politicking and point-scoring. They are tired of it. And why? I will come to you in a minute. I'm in the flow, and I will promise you I'll come to you. Because after 14 years of the previous government chopping and changing Prime Ministers and Secretaries of State and the blonde bumbler and the loopy lettuce, this country was on its knees, its people exhausted. The people do not want more of the same, and despite the opposition's constant efforts, we will not let them manufacture more chaos, and I will kindly give way.
To the point that she's just made. Is she familiar with the YouGov poll that regularly asks the UK population how well they think Keir Starmer is doing as Prime Minister? And is she aware that the latest data shows that 70% of the UK population think he's doing badly?
We're glad he's here.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. I will say that polls can generate answers depending on how they form their questions. And I will say, if you look at other polls, if we like them, he is still a lot more popular than certain other members present in this House. And in reference to their chaos, I will speak up for the civil service and I will express empathy to Sir Ollie Robinson. In the whirl of Prime Ministers and Ministers of the previous government, among the COVID partying and profiteering, and the party opposite has never apologised, and I will never forgive. The civil service clearly did their best to stop this country from sinking into the mire. In such chaotic conditions, it is no wonder that the culture developed that decisions would be made without fully informing ministers or prime ministers, partially because under the party opposite they probably couldn't be sure who would be the prime minister or minister that month. I will give way.
I think the remaining people who want Starmer to remain prime minister are those people who are worried who the Labour Party may pick to have instead. But I wonder if the honourable lady would make a comment on. She seems to be saying all sorts of other whataboutery sort of information, but has she considered that actually this is not manufactured? This is a huge national security concern, that we had an ambassador who had access to security information at the highest level, who was a security risk to this country. Yes.
I thank the honourable lady for her intervention. I do apologise, I struggle with my hearing. I didn't quite pick up everything that she said, but I will come to the policy about the vetting and security in a second in my speech. I hope that might deliver an answer to her. Do apologise. And I remind the parties opposite that the process they are quibbling about, that this is a policy, I think this might give you the answer. This policy of organisation being able to grant vetting, contrary to advice of the UKSV, has been running for many years under successive governments. It is this Prime Minister, this government, that is now reviewing this process. And I will reiterate the key points. Mandelson should never have been appointed as our ambassador. The Prime Minister has repeatedly acknowledged this and repeatedly apologised. I'm conscious of time. We have a 7-minute guideline, so I will carry on. It is clear that Foreign Office officials granted developed vetting security clearance to Mandelson and never told ministers they'd done so against the recommendations from the vetting agency. This is shocking, and any reasonable person would have assumed that this information would have been proffered without asking. The policy is wrong. It should change, and as a result of the review, hopefully it will change. This government, less than 2 years old still, will not let such a policy continue. I am pleased the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister has immediately suspended the ability of the Foreign Office to grant security clearances, but again, he's not in his seat now, but the Honourable Member for Hales-Owen, I understand that he asked for that to be a short term for other security reasons, and I acknowledge his point. Madam Deputy Speaker, thanks to the previous government and the cryptocurrency fuel damage of reform and of course the economic suicide of Brexit, both are responsible for, people are fed up and trust in politics is at an all-time low. And indeed the Prime Minister recognises this and he understands the recent revelations has further damaged that trust, and I acknowledge that too. But I stress, politics can be a force for good. Politics focused on people, not political process. Politics focused on the decent, hard-working people of our country, thankfully still at peace due to the strength of this Prime Minister, can be a force for good. The opposition is still addicted to chaos and game-playing, seeking scraps of political capital where they can. I suggest they have flogged this issue as much as they can. They need to focus on rebuilding their dying party and apologise to the people. This Prime Minister and this government is focused on rebuilding this country, the country they broke and still won't apologise for.
Danny Kruger.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister came to this House only yesterday, saying in his own words, "I will now set out the full timetable," and later insisting he'd come to give the full account to the House. And that followed Downing Street's acceptance earlier in the day that his previous account had at the very least inadvertently misled members. So yesterday was meant to be the great clean-up, the day of the full facts, full candour and full accountability. But today, Sir Ollie Robbins gave evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee and published a letter that blows a hole straight through the Prime Minister's version of events. And many honourable members have made the points already exposing this. Obviously, the lack of curiosity on behalf of the Prime Minister is inexplicable and reprehensible. The evasions, the obfuscation, the blame shifting that we've seen, and the blatant contradictions. I want to just point out one that I don't think has been particularly surfaced so far this afternoon. The Prime Minister said that he was astonished. He said it was incredible that information like this could have been withheld from him. But it is significant that in his letter, Sir Ollie Robbins says that the position that was conveyed to the committee in September 2025, that I quote, "Ministers are not informed of any findings other than the final outcome," was agreed with the Cabinet Office and with Number 10. So, in other words, the Prime Minister is now trying to dump the entire scandal on one official for acting within a position that Downing Street itself had signed off. That is not accountability, that is a stitch-up. And worse still,